Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be getting going. Oh, I have to wait for you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I think we'll get started here shortly. Welcome to the special council meeting to go over our budget for 2024. This meeting is being held at the municipal office in the council chambers at 4305 Hamilton Road, Dorchester, Ontario. The date is Monday, December the 11th, and the time is 9:02, and I call this meeting to order. At this time, I will ask the clerk if there are any additions to the agenda.
Yes, Your Worship. The agenda was amended to include the addition of report CAO-019-23, which is the Flight Exec Renovation Capital Project Financing Update.
Really noted. Thank you. At this time also, I will ask if there are any disclosures of pecuniary interest and the nature thereof. Seeing none. Items listed under the consent agenda are received for information in one motion. Council members may request that one or more item be removed for further action. 4.1 was the St. Mary's and Area Mobility Services request for financial support. If there is no discussion then on this particular item, then we will ask that it be received for information. No discussion? Okay. Motion to receive for information. Chantel Crockett, motion, and seconded by Daniel Lockie. All in favor? Motion's carried then. Thank you. We'll move on and now to the presentations, beginning with departmental reports. 5.1, Mr. Barrick, Chief Administrative Officer, to present. Whenever you're ready.
Well, thank you, Mayor and Council. So today we have 9 presentations for you. There's one corporate overview, which I will do, as well as 8 departmental budgets presentations. And so the plan is whoever's presenting to sit here. That's why I'm here today. And as well as we go through each piece, it is designed to be a higher level overview presentation. However, it is also your opportunity to ask the relevant presenter any questions you may have related to that respective area of the budget. And so I know you have your detailed budget binder in front of you, so please use that as a tool as well to ask any questions you may have throughout the presentations today. So with that, at first, the proposed corporate overview, operating and capital budgets, which you see before you. Thanks, Jenna. So the overall operating capital budget being proposed today is approximately 24 million in operating, which includes staff salaries, maintenance contracts, office expenses, reserve contributions, etc., as well as a 9 million capital budget being proposed, and that's for purchase, repair, major replacement of assets. In this case, the vast majority is in our public works area, roads, etc. Last year's capital was about 15 million, just as a comparison. Budget considerations we took into account this time around are various taxpayer affordability lens, sustainability lens. We looked at various business operations, of course, council priorities, which I'll detail here today. We looked at our actuals. It sounds simple, but your previous budget you had before you, 2022 and 2023 budget lines only. Actuals were not presented. And so this year you have actuals in front of you as well. Furthermore, we took a 5-year historical actual lens and in many cases looked at 5-year actual averages to help prepare these budgets to be more in line with the reality of the needs of the organization. And of course, community engagement. I'll touch upon that as well with respect to results of the budget survey. Getting into further detail with the approach for operating budget, creating greater transparency, sustainability, and demonstrated respect for tax dollars, some of the items that I referenced. Phasing service growth, so phased in growth, including looking at our user fees where appropriate. You have that report before you today at the regular council meeting. Realigning service levels to meet changes in public demand. Operational allocation to maximize eligible reserves to fund one-time operating expenditures. As well, and this doesn't happen too often, but moving eligible capital items out of the operating budget. In other words, there are various capital items embedded in operating, and so moving them where they should be alleviates some of the levy pressures that we've talked about. And of course, mitigating inflationary impacts through efficiencies or alternative service delivery methods through partnerships. One of those that we propose is moving our source water protection responsibility to our Upper Thames River Conservation Authority partners. The capital approach. So we reviewed existing capital projects, evaluating 2023 capital to assess forecast commitments, identify projects to be closed, and any funding return to source. There's a couple examples of that. The 2024 capital plan focused on projects that can actually be delivered in 2024 with a high degree of certainty. The funding sustainability, so evaluating a 3-year capital program to align capital projects to reserve funding projections. And that's a big challenge that we have is our capital reserve, which we'll discuss, I'm sure, throughout the day, as well as our development charge reserves. The delivery strategy, so continuous improvement to align capital with projection with implementation of formalized project management. Again, another one that sounds simple. So the intent through this process is to infuse project management principles and templates in our project delivery. We will have, if council approves this budget, about $22 million worth of projects underway. And we're looking to have more consistent project management approach, including consistent procurement and purchasing practices. The asset management plan, which we've discussed at the last meeting, and that is to align that asset management plan with the capital plan. That version is coming up in 2024 as well. I would note on a high level, we started this draft with about an 8% levy increase, not including the Flight Executive Center debenture of another 4%. And so we're happy to bring this budget before you today, which is much more reasonable than how it was originally presented. The capital plan was about $33 million this year, and it's down to $1 million. And we did that through the creation of business case templates to prioritize as well. Which leads to the next slide, Jana, thank you. So the budget process overview. So again, as I referenced, actuals to budget comparisons, 5 years actuals were considered, multi-plan review, capital business case templates created to prioritize requests. Consolidating the operating and capital submissions and identifying interdepartmental impacts for operating and capital requests. Prioritizing service requirements with input from public engagement. Again, I'll reference that as well. And then finalizing the prioritization with the strategic plan, which you've just approved. Budget review with council for final approval. That's highlighted because that's the stage we're at today. Next steps will be tax ratios and tax rate approval with associated bylaws in January. And then moving forward, any budget amendments that would be presented to council for approval as required moving forward. So what did we hear at that survey? Well, the most satisfied and least satisfied services at Thames Center. Fire services along with waste collection led in most satisfied, while the least satisfied was planning, building, and road infrastructure. On 2024 municipal taxes, 60% preferred maintaining services with inflationary increase only. About 30% preferred reducing services to maintain or reduce tax levels, and about 10% preferred increasing taxes above inflation to enhance or expand services. Top priorities for residents, affordable housing, infrastructure, and active living were top priorities, and top projects, sidewalks and roadways, as well as more investment in affordable housing. So that's the results of the budget survey. We had a greater engagement this time than in previous years. So we're happy to present that. And I would say the results from this budget survey are in line with what we heard in the strategic plan engagement as well. So there's definitely consistency. So strategic plan, how does this budget align with your strategic plan? Well, let's go through it. Sustainability, the first pillar. Strategic plan integration. It says right in the strat plan to integrate it with the budget, and that's what we've done. There is a notion before you of a 1% annual capital infrastructure levy that's being proposed. This is to address the capital reserve depletion and internal loan repayments previously reliant on anticipated future development charges. And we can talk about that as we go throughout the day. The asset management plan completion, funding has been allocated to complete the asset management plan in 2024, which we've talked about. That will inform a sustainable financial management plan. The tree planting program, I believe that's before you today in your regular council meeting as well, via the minutes as well of the Environmental Advisory Committee meeting. They are recommending that today. And so this budget is ready for you, should council approve that. There's about 20,000 put aside for this tree planting plan. Project management implementation, again, as I referenced, utilizing a project manager funded through capital budgets to mitigate the risk identified by the auditor of incomplete projects, aiming for efficient and completion of approved works. And again, from a sustainability lens, the proposed budget maintains affordability and sustainability, aiming for a recommended 3.4% tax rate. That's consistent with last year's budget increase as well, or tax rate increase as well. That 3.4 is 1% operating, 0.4% is from Upper Thames, and then of course the 2% added on via the Flight Exec Center, and that's in the reports before you today. Smart planning, the other priority pillar of your strategic plan. So we've got a sharpened focus for planning operations. We heard both in the strategic plan engagement as well as the budget engagement, a willingness to have reduced wait times for planning applications, and the budget entails key performance indicators being developed for better tracking. It also entails reallocating the source water protection responsibilities to Upper Thames River Conservation Authority. Currently, it's held within the Planning and Building Division. Moving bylaw to legislative services, as you know, and moving the economic development function to the Office of the CAO. That allows for greater focus on planning operations by planning staff. In addition to that, 0.5 full-time equivalency support has been added to align with the planning fees and charges. So that also helps to alleviate some of the operating tax levy burden. So extra support for planning as well. The community improvement plan readiness. Council is aware you are going through a community improvement plan process. There was an open house recently, and that plan will be coming to you in the new year for your consideration and approval. If you do approve that, we are ready to have some money set aside for that plan. Community communications and engagement, the other pillar for your strategic plan. We're proposing and have money set aside for a community grant program. The community grant program is reflected in the budget for greater community engagement, as well as acknowledgement of the various requests coming in annually, and have an opportunity for council to have a process in place rather than necessarily considering them ad hoc throughout the year. Our communications coordinator as well to achieve greater transparency and community engagement for municipalities' strategic goals, specifically 3A, 3B, and 3C, which are in your binder as well. Live streaming upgrades, the proposed capital project to update this council chamber with a better AV system. That's included in goal 3D to improve live streaming of council meetings. And I'm sure Jen is jumping up and down inside on that one. Active living. So to improve our trail network, proposed funding for improvements and extensions to our trail network, that is within this proposed budget. Thorndale Community Park walking path is also included. Those upgrades at the park are included in the capital. And the Parks and Trails Master Plan, that's a result of the Community Services Facilities Master Plan. We've got funding set aside to be the 2024 Trails Master Plan to be updated within the work plan in the new year. Economic development. This council has created an economic development committee. And so there's some funding set aside to support the committee. Economic development incentives, again, that's more related to the community improvement plan incentives that you may come up with through that process, but there's money set aside for that. We do have funds set aside for the 2024 support local campaign. And then the tourism focus, there is some funds to get started on a tourism strategy or potential tourism master plan that can be initiated in 2024 within this budget as per goal 5G. So that's the alignment, budget alignment with your strategic plan this year. Although it is a multi-year strategic plan, we're certainly getting a head start on that for you. Property tax calculations, as many of you may know, is the required budget, determines the cost to run municipal operations, divided by assessed value equals the property taxes. The current property tax distribution, when folks get their tax bill with our logo on it, 40% is actually the counties, 15% is school board, and 45% is the municipalities. Even of the 45% of the municipalities, there's about $2 million of that is OPP, and there is some levy dollars from our Conservation Authority partners as well. You can see on this slide a bit of a breakdown. This breakdown that you see before you is more in line with how you have seen it in the past. And it is more in line with how it gets reported to the province through the financial information return. My goal is to be able to present this to you in future years as a breakdown by department. But for now, you do have a bit of an idea, the percentage allocations of where the funds are going. Predominantly protective services, which would be fire, transportation services, as well as recreation and culture. Residential assessment, you can see here that Thames Center remains the lowest tax rate amongst our neighbors. And I know that this council would like to maintain that position as much as possible. Long-term debt. So you can see here the long-term debt has gone from 11.7 to about 9.5. Before you this evening, you have the Flight Exec Center report, which would be the issuance of another 5 million debt on top of this. So in 2024, this is more likely to be closer to $15 million with long-term debt. We do have a video of how the municipal budget works. I'll leave it to a nod from members if they actually want to view this video at this time. Okay, that's a go, Jenna. Thank you. If that works for you, Mayor. So in the meantime, I do want to take this opportunity to really thank members of the senior management team as well as all staff in the preparation of this budget. In particular, Nicole, who is here, as well as Shannon, who's also here in terms of helping prepare the presentation material, and Nicole really being a person that we all significantly leaned upon through this process. And I know, of course, now with the addition of Emily, who's also here, moving forward will be a great help through these processes moving forward, as well as the capital challenges that we're going to have as an organization. So I guess the video is off the table, Jenna.
The sound doesn't come right.
Okay. All right. So I think that's okay. With that, Mayor, I do have an additional slide to present with respect to council's budget and also the CAO budget. I can do those and then take any questions on both slide decks unless members have questions on this one. Okay, thank you. So again, this is designed to be a high-level presentation, but you have the budget binder before you. Any questions you have through these two sets of budgets, please let us know. So there you are, council. This is the leadership of the organization, which we appreciate. And that includes mayor, deputy mayor, 3 members of council. The council overview is pursuant to the Municipal Act, and the role of council is to represent the public, consider the well-being and interests of the municipality, develop and evaluate policies and programs in the municipality, maintain the financial integrity of the municipality, and carry out other duties of council under the Municipal Act. Again, the departmental legislation that you have is the Municipal Act, Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the Municipal Elections Act, and then others you'll hear as well that have some staff responsibility, but ultimately council's Planning Act, Drainage Act, Accessibility, Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, and of course, your local bylaws. And I don't believe this is necessarily an exhaustive list, but it does give you a sense of the responsibilities that this council has to work within. The budget for council is about $250,000. You can see the various makeup of it there. It does include a proposed capital of $20,000. That's mostly for this council chambers. Office of the CAO. So really that's myself, HR and communications. You can see here, though, the other responsibilities related to the various directors and managers also reporting through to the CAO position. The Office of the CAO oversees the coordination, execution, and continual upkeep of comprehensive organizational services, initiatives, policies, and protocols. Primary objective is to uphold compliance with legislative mandates and, importantly, implementing council direction. The various legislation here is also similar to council's responsibilities as the key advisor to council. The legislation is in alignment. You can see the next slide. The expenses are about $650,000 all in. And again, mostly related to wages and other things. The 2024 initiatives that the Office of the CAO will be advancing is implementing your strategic plan, the Thames Center Police Services Board transition to a Middlesex Board, key performance indicator development, project management implementation, the tree planting plan if approved by council, continuous improvement initiatives, and as well a new website if again approved by council to enhance online services, including automating payment processes and other processes, which we've talked about in previous reports. And as well, coming forward in 2024 with organizational core values and a one-team initiative. So with that, Mayor, I'm happy to take any questions either on the presentation or the budgets therein.
Thank you, Mr. Barrick. Are there any questions from the council on the initial report? All right. Councillor Lockie?
Through your worship, to the CAO, just regarding the change to move water sourcing to the Upper Thames River Conservation Area. So where in the budget is that line?
So it's
Okay.
definitely referenced in the report as one of the items. It's about $30 to $35,000. So that's where it is. It's referenced in the report. I don't know exactly where it is in the budget binder. Oh, sorry, it's in planning and development, that section.
Is just a question, just a concern regarding that one. So like I noticed that their levies have gone up quite a bit this year. Is there any concern that, you know, kind of given their behavior that could be a risk with their fees?
So I know it's difficult, but I want to segregate the two issues completely if I can. We have legislative responsibilities as an organization related to source water protection. It is a critical and core piece of legislation related to ultimately drinking water. That function currently is being administered through our building team. They have a lot on their plate. And so part of the concern that I have is a risk in ability to actually meet our legislative responsibilities as it relates to source water protection. And so conservation authorities, they're the subject matter experts. They do it all the time. They do it all over the place. And I have a great level of comfort if one of the CA partners took that responsibility on to make sure that we're adhering that legislative mandate. So that's the lens with which we discussed both risk avoidance as well as freeing up that building team to focus on the work that they're predominantly here for and to help reduce the wait times that we've heard a lot about recently.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question on that as well. We get regular reports from our own department here. And from my experience in the past year, they're timely. They give us a fulsome report. Would we be expecting to have the same level of reporting from the Upper Thames as we get from our own currently in-house?
Thank you, Mayor. My sense is yes. There would be an agreement and expectations set. And if those expectations ever lapse or they're not met, we can take it back in-house or look at other alternatives.
Thank you. And then just one other question regarding the UTRCA. What is the justification for jumping those fees up to about, I believe it's 26%? Councillor Heeman or CAO?
Seeing as I'm the representative for Thames Center and Luke and Badolf on for Thames Conservation Authority, I thought I'd jump in there. So this is a draft budget. It has yet to be approved until the AGM in January. So by all means, if you have questions and concerns, please voice them. And that said, this is speaking to the previous topic on the source water protection, that because of new legislation, all CA or Conservation Authority programs are broken into three buckets, 1, 2, and 3. And so the levy applies to Category 1 services, which are legislated services. That said, I think there's two main components to the levy increase. One is getting salaries in line with inflation, whereas during COVID, salary increases were paid for by reserves. Those reserves have been depleted. And so the need to maintain cost of living adjustments has to come out of the levy. And then the second component is additional staffing in order to meet the requirements of new legislation. So I think we've talked in previous planning meetings about how We're beyond our legislative time limits for responses, and I think in both instances, it was a direct result of the Conservation Authority's comments not coming due in a timely fashion. So they've taken it upon themselves to be able to meet those planning inquiries in order to make sure that we as municipalities are able to meet our requirements and do appropriate due diligence for planning. That said, again, it's a draft budget, and if we're finding it to be onerous and not necessary, then by all means, let me know and I'll exercise that feedback. So one other thing I just can't remember. Yeah, no, I think that's it.
Okay, thanks, Tom. That's available online for anyone who wants to read that draft budget.
Yes.
Okay, I know we're going through the same exercises at Kettle Creek as well, so. Did you have something else you'd like to say, Mr. Barrick?
Well, thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
Only on that, when Upper Thames is ready, they're prepared to come and present to this council as well to answer any questions members may have on their respective budget.
Any other questions regarding Mr. Barrick's report from the members of council? Okay, we can move on then. Thank you.
Everyone.
I believe the next person we'll be calling on is our interim clerk to present a report regarding legislative services.
Thank you, Your Worship. So our department is Legislative Services. So the department structure of our department, myself, I'm the interim clerk. My name's Sarah Henshaw. We have as the deputy clerk lottery licensing officer, that's Jana Nethercott right now. So she's the interim deputy clerk, which is my regular position. And then we have the legislative services coordinator, which is Jana's regular position. So this is currently vacant at this time. And we also have the records administrative coordinator, which is part-time. And this position is also currently vacant due to a maternity leave. We also have customer service, which is Jenica Hart, as well as the bylaw compliance officer is Alana Shaw. And the crossing guard, this one's not vacant. This is Kathy Baldwin. So our department's job is to ensure compliance with legislation, bylaws, policies, and legislated duties. This includes marriage licensing, commissioning, lottery licensing, and elections. We provide administrative support to other departments, as well as council and its committees. We are also responsible for records management, which is training, retention, maintenance of all municipal records. We are also responsible for crossing guard services. So we employ one guard just out here by River Heights, as well as bylaw compliance, which is property standards, animal control, etc., as well as customer service at the front counter. So taking payments, answering inquiries, etc. In terms of the acts we follow, they're basically all the same acts as David's presentation. And again, it's not exhaustive. We have the Municipal Act. Is it my mic? Thank you. So the Municipal Act, the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, which is also known as MFIPA, the Municipal Elections Act, Planning and Drainage Acts, and how this applies to council meetings, Accessibility for Ontarians with Disabilities Act, ensuring compliance with that, Municipal Conflict of Interest Act, as well as the Order in Council 1413/08, which is lottery licensing. And this provides the authority to issue and regulate lottery licensing for charitable organizations. So in terms of our budget overview, the revenues, our biggest one is the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund, which is 825,000. It's hard to see, but we do get revenue from lottery and marriage. Very hard to see, but lottery is 2,500 and marriage is 3,200, as well as other small various revenues. And then in terms of expenses, the ones that are listed here are our biggest ones. So office supplies, building expenses, IT and equipment, professional services, address signs, insurance, marriage licenses. Our biggest one is salary, benefits, and memberships, bylaw and animal control, reserves, and then our crossing guard, Kathy. In terms of initiatives for 2024, continuous improvement initiatives. So an example of this would be updating some existing policies that really need it, including the procedural bylaw, which is a big priority for 2024. Online services. An example of this would be taking the time to update some of the outdated content that's on our department's webpage. Automating processes. We want to take the time to find efficiencies in the software that we currently use, such as eScribe for council agendas and Citywide for processing calls for service. We'd like to look at how we can utilize new workflows to save staff time. Records management. Our department will continue to support other departments with their record management projects. This includes cleaning up old records and reorganizing, looking at retentions, et cetera, assisting other departments, as well as helping with various scanning projects. So right now we're helping the building department with scanning old permits from the 1960s. So we're utilizing money from a grant to have an external company scan these in for us. So just help facilitating that project, just as an example. And that's it. Thank you. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions from the members of council? Councillor Lockie.
Through your worship, I just have a couple of questions regarding the revenue side. So I noticed that the revenue in account 51405, so the grant went down to 825 from 971 for 2023, 956 from 2022. Why did it go down so much?
I'm not sure the answer to that. I don't know if finance could speak to that or the CAO, or I could find out for you, but I'm not sure. I don't know the answer at this time.
Nicole, you got the answer. You can go ahead.
It was budgeted at 85% of 2023's number, just because we don't know what that money is going to be before it comes in. So we just were cautious.
Okay. Yeah. And then I also noticed that the so for provincial offenses, so it was like 2,000 in 2022, nothing so far in 23, but it's going up to 20 for the 2024 budget. Are we planning to like, is there specific actions that we're doing to implement more fines, I guess?
Sorry, I'm not really sure the answer to that question either. I could get back to you though.
Okay.
I can answer that. So that money is coming from the county. It's the county that receives the money. They distribute it to the lower tiers. 2022 was exceptionally low. And we believe it is a result of like just a backlog of cases at the courts processing them. The 5-year average was actually 30,000. So again, we're budgeting conservatively.
Thank you.
Councillor Crockett.
Thanks, Jana. I just have one question, and actually this may be for CAO Barrick, or we may be touching on it in the future, and I might be jumping ahead of myself. But you mentioned the IT projects that are happening. When you look at the overview in our budget binder here, it has IT with a $0 for 2024 budget. Does that mean it's now been dispersed within the like respective categories? within the municipal budget.
Were there any other questions, Counselor Crockett, that you had?
Nope, that was it.
Okay. All right. Counselor Heeman,
No, it's okay.
you changed your mind? Okay. No other questions from council then for Ms. Henshaw? Counselor Rock, you have your mic on where you decide. Yeah, okay.
No, I'm just, just I'm so concerned that, we may have, I think that, I understand we want to be conservative, but I think that, being over $100,000 conservative might be a little bit more extreme than we need to be. I'm just kind of pulling up my last year's binder. So last year we budgeted, 971. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's right there in front of me. And yeah, that's where we are this year. So we may want to consider bringing that up a little bit. Just my recommendation.
Any comments from the members of council regarding this? Seeing none? Not sure what the next step is then. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. Thank you, Sarah. I'm sorry, Counselor Heeman before.
Yeah, I was just wondering for the shift fit bylaw, what's the plan for that position to be funded? Having it for moving bylaw, over from planning and building into, corporate services. I was just wondering, like, are we planning to fund that from, revenue from fines, or is that gonna be an additional, personnel charge?
I think I would refer that to the CAO.
Or Nicole, are you able to answer that question?
How is it going to be funded? It's through the levy. Yeah, so the same as it was prior as well. It's just it's just housed in a different department now.
Okay, all satisfied with that? All right then. Thank you, Sarah. Next, Emily, Director of Financial Services, and along with Nicole, you're both presenting whenever you're ready.
Thank you to the mayor and councilors. I brought Nicole because of course it's day 6 for me. So this is all new to me. So thank you again, Nicole, for all of her hard work, and also senior management team and David for getting the budget so well prepared for my arrival. Appreciate that. So happy to present with you the financial services overview, as well as Nicole will be assisting me through this process. So as you can see on the chart, this is our team. It is a team of 7, all very reputable, experienced people, and very excited to work with here as well at Thames Center. So if we just move along to just an overview of financial services, we are the backbone of a municipality's financial operations. So we help to manage all of your finances, develop the budgets, financial statements, complete your annual audits. We also are involved in the asset management plan process, administer payroll and benefits for the staff, as well as the volunteer firefighters, manage the billing and collection of all accounts receivable, which of course includes property taxes as our largest one, followed closely by utilities, drainage as well. And then we also oversee the reporting requirements for the Dorchester Union Cemetery. Of course, our commitment is to maintaining financial stability, transparency, and compliance with the highest of standards. Along those lines, just some of our department legislation, financial services has a heavily regulated area of the organization. We comply with federal, provincial, and municipal legislation, regulatory standards, and local bylaws. A lot of the ones you've already heard today, we would also comply with, for example, Municipal Act, the Income Tax Act, Planning Act, Drainage Act, and so forth. I'll now pass it over to Nicole.
Okay, so I'm just going to quickly touch on our revenue and expenses. Our main source of revenue is anything related to taxes, interest, penalties, etc. Our expenses, our main expense is revenue, our wages for both asset management as well as all finance, and that includes getting the bills out on time, processing payments once they come in, payroll, and paying our vendors on a timely basis. And that's about it. Our 2024 initiatives are, we're modernizing our payroll system by moving to an online payroll system. Finance, particular payroll, and HR have been working really hard to get this up and running. We're starting testing next week, and we're hoping to have this rolled out for the first pay in February of 2024. Asset management, we are updating our asset management plan and to continue to build our plan, as well as meeting the provincial reporting directives set out by OREG 58817. And lastly, the implementation of Open Book, which is my personal project. And I'm going to show you a quick demonstration of that right now. Okay, sharing. Okay, so this is an add-on to our website. Our residents will be able to just click on it and have a look. It is where we can put videos, a couple of the videos. The one was we talked about, we were going to show earlier today, but we couldn't get running. But we can put those type of videos on here. We can put our budget. I'm going to show you the 2023 budget just because it is already on here. So it just kind of visually shows all of our departments. Residents can go in and they can drill down and have a look to see where the major expenses are coming from, like flight exec, and then you can even drill down further. Wages, hydro, like just all the different things that money is spent on. We can also put our I can go up far enough here. We have a few kinks to still work out, but capital projects we can put on as well. And we have a little website for each capital project, kind of what they are, costs, when they're started, when they're finished. And there is also a map that we'll attach here so residents can see where the project's actually taking place. And that's that. I just wanted to give everyone a quick look at it. You take any questions?
Thank you. Councillor Heeman.
When will that go live?
It can go live as soon as the budget is passed.
Okay.
Certainly.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say how proud I am of Nicole for putting this together for us. Once it's live, you know, the public disclosure of municipal finances has never been more transparent. You know, the level of detail that will be provided and accessible. Our intent is to have not only 2024 once it's approved, but also show 22 and 23. However, on a go-forward basis, we are viewing as 24 as a new base year, so the comparables will make more sense as we apply 25, 26, et cetera, moving forward. And I would add, Nicole is the winner of the CIO Award of Excellence this year. And this particular project that she's taken the lead on of her own volition is a one of the major rationales to that. So I'm so happy Nicole's been able to show this to council. And as Councillor Heeman noted, once council approves its budget, we will be making this go live and have the associated communications material with it. Thank you.
And congratulations. Any other questions before Emily and Nicole and their brother? Oh, Councillor Crockett?
Thank you, Your Worship. I just kind of have like a broad question when we're looking at the overview sheet here. There's quite a swing in the expenses. Obviously, there's been the addition of the office of the CAO. The rest of the monies that were spent in actuals in 2023, were they just divvied up between the various departments? That's not the right word, but categories within the financials here?
So what is in the office of the CAO now?
Mhm.
Yes. So it was made up within clerks and CAO last year was one cost center.
Okay, perfect. And then my last question is, we had the presentation regarding the asset management proposal at a recent meeting. Is that included in the jump in the GIS asset management line?
Yes, it is.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on? Okay. Thanks, Emily and Nicole. Next presentation is from our Fire Chief, Nick Dorkin. And whenever you're ready.
Good morning, council. Nice to be here. I've thoroughly enjoyed my first 4 months on the job and have enjoyed working with you and interacting with the other senior staff to get us to where we are here today. So introducing TCFD, Thames Center Fire Department. Just a general overview from a very high level. We have myself, the Director of Emergency Services at the top there. Then I have 2 very valuable district chiefs in both the Dorchester District and Thorndale District. Underneath them, we have the paid on call volunteer firefighters. We have 35 fire staff in Dorchester's district and 25 in Thorndale District. And then we also are able to make use of shared services with the community services group with Tori and Abby at the Flight Center for fire service administrative hours that they put in weekly. As mentioned before, we have 2 districts, Dorchester District and Thorndale as well. 25 firefighters up in Thorndale in the north, 35 allotment for the roster in the south, and the district chiefs are Tim Churchill and Ken Armstrong, respectively. Together, we like to call these the 3 lines of defense in the fire service. Most times people think of fire trucks or the fire service as the big red fire trucks racing down the road, but provincially, we're a lot more than that. In the last decade, the fire service as a whole has really tried to approach public safety from a larger lens. And as legislated to us through the Fire Protection and Prevention Act, these 3 lines of defense are in writing. So we are first and foremost responsible for educating the public on fire safety. Secondly to that, there's fire inspections and compliance. And then we get to the red fire trucks driving down the road in emergency response. And I will add a 4th caveat to that as well, that we are responsible for emergency management delivery as well. Other services are listed there that we attend: hazardous materials calls, fire investigations we're responsible for as well. Specific technical rescues as well we cover, and code enforcement. Next slide, Janet. As I mentioned before, the FPPA, which is a Fire Protection and Prevention Act, that's what governs the general aspect of the fire service, but we're also responsible to other acts as well in the second paragraph. Next slide. Capturing a little bit of our budget overview on this slide here. We do receive revenues. Most of these come from our services to both the attending the 401. So that comes from the MTO when we attend for collisions or any incidences on the 401. We also collect monies in from through insurance companies for motor vehicle collisions on our Thames Center roads. And I know Tori and Abby do a great job of making sure we have some revenue coming in for that. I've also put here on the right side expenses, and that's operating. That captures a bit of a look at what the majority of our operating goes to as our wages. And then the 4 columns there break down the wages a little bit more specifically. So we can see the most we spend on is our responders. And then training is about half of that. Work party, we're coming up with a different name for work party. It sounds a little bit skeptical. It sounds fun, but it's not as fun as you would think. Those are our general labor hours that we spend at the hall for repairs and public education events, inspections and whatnot. And next slide, Jana. So some 2024 initiatives. We're finalizing the community risk assessment and master plan, which should be completed in the springtime. And that will give us a lot of education as a whole on recommendations of where to take our fire service and how to support it in the future. Certifying existing firefighters according to provincial legislation. We are making headway with that, and in consultation with senior staff on how best to approach our certification process. We do see a finish line on the horizon. It's just how we're going to get there. We have a deadline of 2026 to become fully certified in firefighting suppression capabilities, and we're well on the way to that. Also taking a look at hiring auxiliary firefighters. We have a valued, experienced staff, we'll call that, which with valued, experienced staff, we expect some turnover eventually through attrition. We have to plan for that accordingly. So there's an auxiliary firefighter program that I'm in the development stages of. We're looking for a springtime implementation of having firefighters bolstering our rosters, not officially, but more in preparation of retirements and turnover, so that we can plug in new certified and trained firefighters into those empty holes, those vacancies. And I believe I'll open the floor to questions.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
Any questions from the members of council? Councillor Crockett.
Thank you, Mayor. My first question pertains to the possible impact of the proposed police service board changes if it happens in 2024. How will that impact our budget if that comes forward in the next calendar year?
Thank you, Councillor. I'll let CAO Barrick handle that one.
Thank you, Mayor. Through to the councillor. The impact would be the board costs alone. Right now, I think it's about $30,000 for 2024 that we municipally absorb to support the Thames Center Police Services Board. If and when it moves to one Middlesex County Board, that number will likely be reduced. That stated, it is still a conversation work in progress. Likely that expense will go up, but the cost will be spread amongst all the other local municipalities with the exception of Strathroy, Caradoc. And so I anticipate it'll probably be a reduced number from the 30,000 for us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a
Another
few other
question?
questions, but we can
No,
circulate.
go ahead.
Okay. Next is I was hoping that you could provide an update on the new fire truck that was purchased for Thorndale.
Absolutely. Through you, Mayor, to Councillor Crockett. We have just gone through the pre-construction phase of the vehicle. So what that means is the sales rep for SafeTech comes and meets with us, our truck committee that's put hours upon hours into the construction and conceptualization of this truck. We met 3 weeks ago, I believe, to finalize the submission to the construction company. So they have that now, and they are in the process of capturing the chassis first of all, and then putting all of the plans into a CAD system to begin construction.
Perfect, thank you. One more question. I guess this is more of a hypothetical question is, I've heard a conversation on the potential of a newer expanded Dorchester fire station. How does this look over the next few years?
That's a great question. Thank you. So far, there's really nothing I can speak of other than what was in the last master fire plan, which was done in 2010. There was a recommendation for an improvement or replacement of that station. To my knowledge, we have not begun the planning phases of that yet. However, I believe in this fire master plan that will be a fairly high level recommendation. We're getting tired at that station, we'll call it. And as you can see in the capital recommendations that I've made, we haven't submitted many requests to have improvement plans placed into that. Instead, to have our eyes on the horizon, I think, which I suppose would be the amount of our planning so far. Is that I think we can see something on the horizon, hopefully. Of course, after approval of council and the fire master plan. That's as far as we go for today.
Perfect, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Crockett. Any other questions from members of council? Councillor Lockie.
Through your worship, I noticed that the wages and the training costs went up quite a bit. Can you give council just a brief overview on the extra training that we'll be doing this year?
Absolutely, yes. And that's why I did want to throw that slide in there, just to for council to understand that it's in my lens.
Yeah.
Before, well, as of last year, we Dorchester specifically added 8 new staff. So that was the biggest hit, and that was to bring us up to the 35 members in the roster. So the 8 staff were sent for certification training, which the tuition was budgeted for and planned for. However, the remuneration value and compensation for all those people to get trained, I don't believe was planned for as much. Going forward into 2024, through consultation with senior staff and the auxiliary program, there will be adjustments made to that level of spending on wages, specifically towards the training aspect. When the consultation with Marion Love is done with the employee reviews and whatnot, I expect to have a lot of input and back and forth with compensation and how that looks to our firefighters. Currently, it's a very vague and across the board situation on our firefighters are paid with a point system, which means every firefighter is paid the same, no matter the experience level that they bring. Going forward, I do plan on addressing that so that we are compensating our experienced firefighters appropriately compared to our brand new firefighters. I believe this will also have an effect on our end level there.
Thank you.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Crockett.
Sorry, I have one last question, which will likely go to CAO Barrick. Just, circling back to this source water protection. Since the UTRCA funding falls within protective services, if we were to divert the source water protection to them, would then that budget line be absorbed by our funding towards Upper Thames?
Councillor, or almost called you Councillor Beck, gave you a promotion. Really?
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
Mayor. Through you to Councillor Crockett. It would be a separate agreement with a contract with Upper Thames specifically for this level of service. And The other line item that you referenced is the levied portion, which really this body has no say over. They can levy directly, and that's what it is. Hence the discussion earlier with Councillor Heeman and that board. The other component on top of the source water protection is possibly a portion, if approved, of the tree planting plan. The anticipation would be, again, if approved, utilizing Upper Thames Conservation for possibly tree planting services as well. Some of them. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
And I have just a couple of very, very minor questions. When we were talking about the revenue side and the MTO fees, is there sort of a standardized fee for service depending on the incident? Is that how it, or is it a kind of a blanketed?
That's a good question. Thanks, Mayor.
Mm.
To you, there is a blanketed, I'll put that in your words. There's, based on our service that we're providing, it is a catch-all fee. So when we're attending 401 calls, the MTO sets that fee schedule and compensates us according to that schedule, which I believe is under review because talking with neighbors around me that there's a bit of an uproar with hasn't been adjusted in quite a few years. So we would expect to see that being adjusted sooner than later. And then our fees for service are set based upon those numbers from the MTO. That gives us a foundation when we reach out to insurance companies for fees for service that is set based on those MTO numbers as well.
And then just finally, one other, how did it go with the open house for new firefighters being interested in the job? And then I have one other question and that's it.
Thanks for asking. It
Okay.
was a great turnout. We had 46 interested candidates come by the Thorndale station that night. And I've currently sifted through 20 applications and counting. Yes, so
Good.
that was a great news.
Excellent.
Yeah.
And then just the certification of the firefighters that we have, is it a combination of written and an evaluation of performance skills?
Yes, that is correct. So both
Okay.
written and performance skills are evaluated. And these certifications come from not even just a provincial lens. They come through the NFPA, which is National Fire Protection Association, and they provide guidance on how the academic standards and evaluations are forthwith towards all firefighters in North America.
Excellent. I don't have any other questions. Any other questions from council? Okay. Oh, Tom?
Would now be appropriate to talk about the fire chief's truck, or is that under fleet?
Go ahead.
It's my understanding that there was a truck provision for the fire chief in 2019, although it didn't have the lighting for emergency response similar to this one. I was just wondering if you're aware of what happened in that truck, or yeah, because I know like that at the time there was there was an effort not to get a chief's truck because we wanted it to be multi-purpose.
Mayor, through you to Councillor Heeman, what I'm aware of is very, very vague, and I believe that possibly Director Craven could speak to it a little bit more.
Go
Thank
ahead,
you.
Chair.
Excuse me, through your worship. I don't know, I don't have a lot more information than Nick would. I remember it was in a budget and it wasn't either passed or it was deferred. That's what I remember here, just off the top of my head, in about 2019 around that area.
Councillor Heeman, that answers your question.
Yeah, and I'm just wondering what the purpose of the vehicle is. I know sometimes you're coming from different locations and it's valuable to have that equipment and hazard lights and whatnot. So I was just wondering if you could explain the benefit.
Absolutely. No justification for that is very valid. I believe the highest is for safety. So when I'm responding to scenes, I'm trying to promote or promote the reduction of personal vehicles on arriving on scene, which there's some plans that I'm about to put in place that will attempt to reduce those numbers of personal vehicles. We have firefighters arriving on scenes on roadways and getting out of their vehicles to rush over to an emergency scene, and we've got traffic whipping by, whatnot. Attendance at the 401 would be a big topic as well. So operationally, it allows for heightened safety. I believe it pronounces a certain amount of professionalism. I believe that as a fire chief interacting with the public, other agencies, other emergency response agencies, to arrive in a personal vehicle definitely doesn't depict a one team atmosphere for TCFD. So there's that justification along with the operational values of having equipment in it for fire investigations as well, which we're mandated to cover as well. The alternative would be to be packing a bag in my own vehicle and showing up for a fire investigation, or to assume a command of an emergency scene.
So you don't have access to a vehicle at this time?
Correct.
So just one little further thing then, it's a fairly large vehicle. So what is in that requires a large vehicle? Or
This
at
is just
least it seems to me to
this
be.
is just a pickup. This would be a
Oh.
pickup truck or an SUV.
Oh,
Yes.
okay,
Yeah.
all right.
So it's a chief's response vehicle. Just staying consistent with the other townships in the county of Middlesex, neighboring counties as well. The majority of fire chiefs are assigned a pickup truck or an SUV. It does carry those smaller equipment pieces as well. However, when you're responding to a scene, the difference in responding to in your own personal vehicle compared to a licensed emergency vehicle with proper lighting and deckling is tenfold.
So this would be a red vehicle as opposed to our standard white?
Yes,
Or-
correct. It would appear as a fired vehicle.
Okay,
Yes.
so it's not necessarily as shown in our document.
I believe
vehicle.
in the fleet
Yeah,
workbook,
yeah.
there's a red pickup truck.
Yeah.
At the very last slide, I believe.
Yeah.
Jared?
There it is.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so it'd be similar to that.
It
then.
would be similar to that, yes.
Okay. All right. Guess that answers my question. Anyone else? Okay, thanks very much, Chief.
Thank you.
We're going to make a slight change to the agenda now. And instead of having the Director Craven, I'm going to call on Mr. Bancroft. He has to leave shortly. So whenever you're ready, Mark, please go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship, and members of council. So in terms of the Planning and Development Services Department, in terms of the staff structure, of course, I'm the Director of Planning and Development Services. And from a building staff standpoint, we have our Chief Building Official, who is Eric Boulard, followed by our Deputy Chief Building Official, who is Mark Wanker. We also have our Development Services Supervisor, Amanda Story, as well as our Development Services Assistant, who is Tammy Butt. That is a 50-50 split, shared position between Planning and Development Services and also the Community Services and Facilities Department. And then lastly, we also have Alana Cortez from Middlesex County, who provides some planning assistance to the department. So in terms of the department overview, our primary goal is to manage growth and development. And that primarily occurs through the processing and evaluation of applications received. Not only planning applications, but also building permit applications, which are processed through the planning and building division. So in terms of key pieces of our regulatory framework that we have to abide by. We certainly have a number of pieces of provincial legislation, both planning and building related. Also the Development Charges Act, as well as a number of bylaws passed here locally that we have to adhere to and that we take into account on a day-to-day basis as part of our operation. So with respect to our operating budget overview, we've got our revenues, which are primarily driven by the collection of planning fees and building fees, followed by our expenses. You'll see that the difference between the revenue and expenses are closely related compared to other departments. And that is because with the building division, as legislated, they operate on a full cost recovery basis. Hence, there's not much difference if you boil it down in terms of the difference between revenue and expenses, primarily on the building side of things. Next slide. So our key initiatives heading into 2024, we've got a number of projects that are lined up. On the building side, we've got updates to our building bylaw and property standards bylaw, as well as our sign bylaw. Those documents are a bit outdated and they're in need of an overhaul, primarily due to changes in legislation. So we have to keep up there. We also have the community improvement plan. So CAO Barrick mentioned as part of his presentation that in the early new year, the CIP will be coming before a council for consideration once the public engagement portion all wraps up. But the key part there for 2024 beyond the approval of the plan would be the implementation aspect, where incentive programs are offered and then evaluated, ultimately subject to council's consideration. The other important piece worth mentioning is the zoning bylaw update. So we concluded the official plan review exercise through the county's approval of OPA 27. As mandated by the Planning Act, we are required to update our zoning bylaw to ensure that it is in alignment with our policy document, our OP, along with being consistent with the provincial policy statement. The Act says within 3 years you have to update. By all means, we are not waiting 3 years to embark on this endeavor. But that's a key goal of mine heading into 2024 to have that undertaken in-house. I'm here to answer any questions that council may have in terms of planning and development services' operating budget. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Bancroft. Okay, Councillor Heeman.
It's not related to the budget, but since it was outlined in your activities, I was wondering, is there any line of sight on changes to the building code? I know they've been deferred for some time.
Through your worship, I've been advised by our chief building official as early as this morning that most certainly changes are coming about at the provincial level. And you know, it's a requirement for us to make sure that our tools are updated, and also that you know, we obtain the necessary training to ultimately implement those types of documents. So
Thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Crockett.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have, it's more of a point of clarity than a question, Mr. Bancroft. Does the increase in expenses in the subcontracted contracted services, do you think that that will assist your team's capacity to kind of tighten the turnaround times in the planning and zoning areas?
Through your worship, as mentioned by CAO Barrick during his presentation, most certainly. this is a significant opportunity for building to focus on building in terms of evaluating and processing building permits. You know, we owe it to our residents to have the best level of service that we can offer. And certainly that would be a step in the right direction.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I have one. Then, because I always do, right? And so when you're talking about the updates, are you going to be waiting for any sort of finalization of the provincial policy statement? Because that's been bouncing around for a lot. I did hear that it's possible that we will get it in the early new year. Now, that may be just rumor or conjecture, but do you wait for that before you update, or?
That's a good question, Your Worship. I wouldn't wait. I wouldn't put the zoning bylaw update on hold because the trigger for getting the update complete is based on OPA 27 being approved. So that's our first step, is to get that initiative underway. I would caution, I would be concerned about deferring the matter, considering we need to desperately get the zoning bylaw fine-tuned to ensure that is consistent with the current policy direction, rather than putting it on the back burner. So.
Thanks, Mark. That answers the question. Anything else from the members of council? Okay. In that case, thanks very much. And I know you have to go, so as you need to. At this time, is anyone interested in taking a 5 or 10 minute refreshment break? Okay, we will resume at 25 minutes to 11 then. Being back to order. And Miss, would you like the time to the clerk? Okay. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Craven, you can present your report.
Thank you, Your Worship, members of council. My name is Jared Craven. I'm the Director of Public Works, and we'll just go through our slide presentation here. Public Works, again, I'm the Director of Public Works. As it stands, Public Works sounds like a big, scary animal, but if you break it down into the three departments, it's really not as onerous as I guess it looks. Three departments are first the Transportation Department, and behind me is Jake McKillop. Beside him is Kevin Wilson. He's Environmental Services Superintendent. Travis Pitt is our Drainage Superintendent, and those are pretty much our three departments. Tanner Stanton is behind us too. He's our engineering technologist. He helps me along with all three of those departments there, and we, the day-to-day and, capital and budget and whatnot too. He's instrumental part in the department there. Below Jake is our road operations. We have 10 full-time staff and 2 part-time winter patrollers. Below Kevin in environmental services, we have 4 licensed water operators. Then we have a full-time solid waste operator, and that's Eric Fox at the landfill, and then a part-time landfill operator named Dan Shattuck is just there when the landfill's open on Wednesdays and Saturdays. Travis Pitt, again, standalone drainage superintendent, and that's basically our 3 departments. I guess one more too, fleet management, Public Works oversee the fleet, and that's fleet purchasing and selling surplus fleet. Each department that a fleet vehicle is in charge of their own maintenance activities and scheduling and whatnot. Quick department overview. Public Works Department provides a wide range of services to stakeholders. We're in charge of operating, maintaining, and renewing municipal infrastructure such as roads, bridges, culverts, drinking water supply, treatment and distribution, wastewater collection and treatment, storm drainage, municipal drains, solid waste collection and recycling collection, and landfill operations. We oversee all municipal fleet as well as recommend and manage all public works related capital projects. Again, I touched on it earlier, but our transportation services look after road operations as per the minimum maintenance standards, or OREG 23902. We look after the gravel road surface maintenance, dust control or dust suppression as you call it, sidewalk maintenance, roadside grass cutting, street sweeping, traffic control and signs, as well as winter maintenance. There's small construction projects within the municipality road allowance, such as culvert replacements or ditch work that our roads department have capabilities, staff and equipment to look after. On top of that is streetlight maintenance and repairs throughout the municipality. Our environmental services department is responsible for the water treatment and distribution. We have licensed water operators and look after or operate the both wastewater treatment plants and the distribution systems. Through that, they're the weekly and daily water sampling, monitoring, and reporting and inspections. They look after the fire hydrant maintenance and flushing programs, unplanned and planned work duties. Kevin Wilson is the overall responsible operator, just in case you want to know what ORO was. We have 24/7 coverage between Kevin and on-call water operators. We install our own water meters. They're licensed water meter installers and maintain the water meters and service lines. Oversee the wastewater collection system, and as well as the waste management, which is garbage, recycling, and landfill operations. Moving over to our drainage department. The drainage department manages municipal drains and storm sewer maintenance, reports to council on drainage issues, and handles Drainage Act petitions. Travis also advises landowners on solutions and prepares a map for grants, acts as his liaison between construction and compliance drainage practices. He engages with LICO and reviews development drawings through our department. Different legislations that we adhere to are the Occupational Health and Safety Act, Municipal Act, through the Environmental Services is the Safe Drinking Water Act, Water Resource Act, Navigable Water Acts, All ECAs, drinking water works permits, municipal drinking water licenses, permit to take waters, and the CLI ECAs. The transportation overseeing acts are the Highway Traffic Act, Occupiers Liability Act, Road Classifications, and MMS. The drainage departments are the CLI ECAs. Next slide, operating budget. Our transportation and revenues on the transportation side consist of federal gas tax, transfer from reserves, and aggregate resource fees. Those are, I guess, the revenues that the transportation department sees. In the wastewater or the environmental services departments, it's because they're mandated by legislation to be full cost recovery. Those are water and wastewater rates that make up their revenue. Fleet, of course, has no revenue, and drainage, it's different. There's a life cycle charge that's on each water bill. That's that small revenue you see there in drainage. And then as far as expenses, transportation is just road maintenance and road improvements. Environmental services, again, full cost recovery. So water and wastewater projects. The fleet has obviously expenses, and the drainage department, again, full cost recovery with different acts. Last slide is 2024 initiatives. Just going to make a quick, I guess, amendment to this. Rebecca Road was removed from the initiatives there and replaced with Dorchester Road upgrades. So that Rebecca Road should be, it's just deferred for, next year's. Thorndale Road development, that's a council initiative from, that would happen earlier on there, just to upgrade from rural design to urban design from the bridge or White Creek Bridge to Missouri Road. Porter Subdivision Phase 3 design. Porter Subdivision, you recall, Porter Subdivision was given grant money for the water system upgrade. This is just the last of the 3 phases to complete that grant project. Phase 3 consists of Catherine Street from basically Carl Street to the schools or to the creek there. That'd be the last phase of Porter Subdivision. Excuse me. Hot mix asphalt is asphalt recycling. Hot mix asphalt is basically in interior roads, like urban roads here that need to be replaced. Crack sealing for roads. This is a new project that we haven't done for years now, but it's crack sealing for roads. It was a recommendation with our roads needs study saying that if we seal roads that are between 5 and 10 years old, we just extends the life on them, and that way, again, that we're not replacing roads that need to be. You can see them on the roads. Every other municipalities do that. It's just a sealant on the cracks there, and it just allows the water not to get down in between the asphalt and start to expand and deteriorate the roads quicker than they would if the sealant was there. The next one is Upper Queen Street storm sewer replacement. That's in the budget here just for the design, and that's from Fairview Road to Railway Street. The water main and the storm sewer needs to be upgraded there. We've had different complaints, and it's antiquated, old, and it's just a design work to finish that. The new moor, that's an additional moor to the fleet of the Parks and Facilities Department. New John Deere grader, that's a replacement of unit number 75, which was up for replacement last year. It was deferred to this year. It's seeing different issues going on with it, different repair bills, whatnot. New Dodge Ram, that's a replacement to unit number 40. That's currently in our roads department there. The Caterpillar landfill compactor, again, that's been removed, deferred to a future budget. The next one, new Toro side discharge mower. That is unit number 7, which is lifed out at end of life, and that's just a replacement for that unit. And the last one, new Ford 4x2, that pickup truck was also deferred. That's not in the capital budget. I'd be happy to answer questions. I brought along my superintendents behind me there, just for muscle, just in case things get out of hand.
Oh, I vote, let's get it out of hand. Want to see what happens at council. Okay, thank you, Jared. Any questions from the members of council? Councillor Crockett.
Thanks, Mayor. Jared, I have a couple questions. I don't think they're that hard, so I don't know if you'll need the muscle or not. First off, I was wondering if you could expand on the transfer from reserves. It looks as though in 2023 actual, there was nothing. In 2022, there was a substantial amount, and you're kind of needing somewhere in the middle for 2024. Or
Need to-
Nicole.
Do you need assistance on this one?
Through your wish, I'd like to hand this off to our finance department, please.
Okay, Nicole.
So 2023 actuals have not happened yet. They happen at year end. 2022 included hard surface maintenance, which we've moved to the capital budget for 2024. So that's the difference.
Thank you. See, easy, number one. Next up, I have just looking for a comment. Perhaps some concerns that there's no budget allocated to certification, recertification, convention, seminars, training. Just wondering if that's necessary with any like oncoming employees or existing employees. Otherwise, has it been kind of wiggled around somewhere else?
Through your worship, it's probably been wiggled. What department are you looking at? Because I have.
Oh,
I have three of them.
I am on transportation services. Just while you're looking for that, I'll buy you some time. There was no expenses for certification, recertification in the last couple of years. To Nicole's point that 2023 hasn't come in yet, but there was fees for convention, seminars, training, education over the past couple of years, and there's nothing budgeted for 2024.
So through the mayor, I can speak to the training education portion. That's all been consolidated with HR. So what we've been able to do is consolidate all the lines across the corporation and actually based on actual usage, have some savings there. Previously, they were all across, but they weren't all utilized in the smaller dollar amounts. So in the larger amount that's bundled together in with HR, we've been able to have some savings, but also that money is accessible for everyone else across the corporation. So I'll pass the other questions maybe back to you, Jared.
That is my question, because yeah, okay, that makes it easier that each department pulls from the same draw.
Perfect. And then probably on the same lines of that is third-party insurance deductible.
Nicole, can you answer?
Yes, so same thing. It's third-party deductible. We never know what it's going to be. I think the decision was made that to use insurance reserves if that comes up.
Perfect.
Hopefully we don't have that.
Awesome. I just have go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor.
Go ahead.
The insurance reserve is about $800,000 now. And so we're saying that that particular one's kind of high and maybe we can have a greater utilization of that rather than continuing to budget for it when, again, as Nicole noted, we don't know what that may be in the incoming year. And so if we do need it, the report notes accessing that reserve account if needed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Perfect. I have two more questions. Is
Go
that
ahead.
okay? Well, on this one, but I'll save my hard one for last. My next one was just, could you expand on how the flexibility in snow removal works year to year? Like just if, say like this, how we haven't really had substantial snow as it's snowing yet in the year, does it like transfer over to the following year? Do you disperse it amongst other needs in the department?
Through your worship, we in the past there, we would just budget, how much we figured we need from other years. This budget period here, we looked at the 5-year average from past years. There was talk, I'm not sure if we're doing it yet, to have a winter maintenance reserve fund that any funds that we didn't use, for winter maintenance would go into a winter maintenance reserve fund to we could draw from when we have, like say, a bad winter or our plows and we're out more than the average. Don't know if, okay, we haven't done that, but that's, it's just a 5-year average we're using right now.
Perfect. And then my last question here is regarding the pit maintenance. Just wondering what that looks like for the year ahead, considering it's quite a substantial amount of money in the transportation services budget. While you're flipping through, it might be further to Nicole's point, is that because the actuals aren't in, it just looks bigger. But just looking to see kind of what those expenses all include.
Yeah, through your worship, our pit maintenance there is, we have budget $42,000. Is that, are we looking at the same?
The one that I have on the main page is 273,105. On the transportation services. I think that's the final cost of expenses. I guess.
I believe we get $360,000 in revenue. The pit maintenance is 42,000, so that's a surplus of 273,000.
Oh, okay,
not
sorry, I just
revenue.
read that backwards. We're good.
Yeah. Yeah. I think that was another question that was asked by, I think the deputy mayor, about pit maintenance. And about, yeah, we oversee, or we look after our own pits. We draw our sand, like our winter maintenance sand, from our pit number 3. And stockpile it ourselves. We don't purchase sand like other municipalities have to when they don't have, say, gravel pits. So, yeah, we're in good shape there with $42,000 of, just pit expenses.
Okay, thank you for that.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Lockie.
Through your worship. My book's out. Just one little bitty question, just regarding the environmental services for the consulting and engineering. I know that it went up a little bit. Do we have like is it a specific study that we budgeted for, like a one-time?
Sure. Are you environmental services? Are you?
Yeah.
Are we talking? Is that the landfill one? Is that 80850?
65380 for the consulting. So it's 45,000.
Okay, I think
versus-
specifically, I think that's probably the landfill site.
Okay.
Annually, we have a performance report that is mandated by the ministry. And that's so a consultant comes in and he collects a lot of data that Kevin and our environmental services team give him. We just had our ECA was amended last year, and the ECA, or our certificate of approval, of basically what mandates the landfill. In that ECA, it asks for a leachage plan, a pit redesign, we're going gravel pits now, landfill redesign plan. Asks for a gamut of things that came up that we didn't have to do before. So this is just basically a one-timer we knocked off a couple of things. One was I think a topographic survey that was included in that in the recommendations. I believe Kevin did that in 2023 here, and this is just to clean up the rest of those recommendations from the ministry that came in their inspection report there in I think about August or September when they inspected landfill site.
Thank you. My only question.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Heeman.
Thank you, Your Worship. I have question with respect to the Upper Queen Street urbanization. I was just wondering if there's an opportunity to incorporate some street side parking because that area tends to see a lot of curbside parking for special events and what do you call them? Ball tournaments. I was just wondering if that's at all a feature of the design or if it's just, like paved shoulder kind of thing.
Thank you, through your worship. That's my intention to, it's gonna be a storm sewer upgrade, but with storm sewers come curb and gutter. And that will be in the design. So, parking will be, part of that design. That's our intention. I know that we're lacking parking throughout that stretch right there.
Thank you.
Any, Councillor Crockett?
Sorry, I forgot I had a few fleet questions too. Just
Go ahead.
pack them all on, Jared.
Hit me.
Okay, just for clarification purposes, vehicles without expenses allocated to them, are these decommissioned or just no anticipated expenses?
Without going through each one, I decommissioned a little more. Some are trailers that just don't have, like say, obviously don't have a fuel component to them, or even sometimes don't have a safety check required. So probably for the most part, without going through, probably just been surplus.
Okay, regarding vehicles 71 and 75, why is there such a decrease in expenses?
75 is the John Deere road grader.
Okay.
So anticipating that would be replaced. So we kind of allocate, the new road grader would have the rest of that portion of budget to that. So those would just be the replacement unit numbers.
Okay, and then vehicles 11 and 98 have quite a large increase in expenses. Do you know why that is?
First of all, unit number 98 is our new tractor, the roadside grass tractor and shoulder maintenance tractor. The large expense, I believe, was an extra attachment that was going to go on that just to supplement the activities for it. And what was the other unit?
11.
Tractor backhoe. Jake, help me. Is that the greasing system? It was just and that tractor was that was a brand new unit this year.
Okay.
So it's just a couple of extra features put on it just to give it a little more life.
Perfect. And then my last comment is just looking through the fleet overview. I just want to be cognizant of the fact that there's 11 vehicles life terms up in 2025. Some of them are quite significant, so just kind of looking ahead at next year.
Are you, any other questions, Councillor Crockett?
I'm good now.
Anyone else? Tom?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just going back to the Thorndale Road urban profiling, I've recently got a lot of concerns about some of the lighting on Thorndale Road or street lighting and around Agnes Street, where I know there's been a lot more traffic since the throughway has been put in. I was wondering if it's possible to look at lighting options as part of that urbanization package for that stretch of road.
That would be part of the urbanization is the streetlights at sidewalks and whatnot too. With sidewalks usually come streetlights. As far as the Agnes King Street intersection, that'd be a separate animal, and we could look into costs for lighting up that corner more than it is right now.
I'd like to make that proposal if possible. I don't know if now is the appropriate time, but
Well, thank you through the mayor. I believe we just take that as direction. Is that right?
We can, like I say, we can go back and give you a report for that.
thank you.
Any other questions? Do you want to do the resolution now? Just after action. I do have a couple of general questions. One is, we receive, excuse me, fees for aggregate. Is that haulage or how does that work?
Okay. I'm gonna try to explain and Nicole's gonna do better, but let me stumble here. Okay, different gravel pits within our municipality have to pay a percentage of the gravel that's extracted out of those gravel pits because basically the wear and tear on municipal roads. Those, and it's per ton, and those revenues are seen sometimes a year, almost 2 years later. So we haven't seen those revenues for 23. Have we received revenues for 22 yet, Nicole? They're usually behind, but it's for to help us, with the wear and tear on our roads with the gravel that gets extracted from the private pits within the municipality.
Okay. And just a couple of other things. The hot mix asphalt, is that for road repairs, like potholes, various things like that? Or is that a more all-encompassing?
That's a
road
full
resurfacing?
road resurfacing.
Okay,
Yeah.
alrighty. Then the other thing is that I noticed in the budget line, we're going back to our friends at CN Rail. Do I understand that they do the repairs, but we pay for them? Is that? Because I noticed there's
It's-
75,000 in there and I just,
We pay rental for different crossings, an annual rental fee
Oh.
for the crossings for that. Look at Nicole, she's not shaking her head. I believe what those expenses are for a rent, like a rental or a lease, I guess it's called lease for crossing different roadways.
okay, so it has nothing to do with the actual repairs to the, to the railway crossings.
To my knowledge, no.
Okay, that's good. Then just a couple of questions on fleet. Is it the general practice of this municipality to have a scheduled replacement of vehicles, e.g. pickup trucks?
Correct. And in the picture book, we have replacement here in the picture book on the back there. Yes.
So when we look at those replacements of those vehicles, do we look at other ways of extending the life of that? For example, I noticed that there were a number of vehicles that were purchased in 2021, if I'm not mistaken. So when it comes to the end of that 5-year period, do we reevaluate that particular vehicle operationally? Also the amount of mileage and any other sort of maintenance costs that have gone into it. Obviously, I understand that, sometimes you get to the point where you just can't put any more money into a vehicle. But do we evaluate each one as they come up to determine whether or not there's a recommendation that we replace the vehicle?
Absolutely. We have a 10-year replacement plan that we review, every year or two. There's some vehicles that should have been replaced a year or two ago, and they're still in the fleet, and I anticipate them probably be in the fleet for another 5 years. Different vehicles have different duties.
Yep.
Some are, like say, you look at Jake behind us here. It's a 2018 Dodge Ram at 300,000 kilometers that he uses for road patrol. That is, when that truck was purchased, that particular duty, that truck was given a death sentence basically, as opposed to a truck in the environmental services department, which is a lot lighter duty. We can extend those life of those trucks. And what we've done in the past there is we transferred that truck into another department just to give it more life too. So certain trucks just, won't hit that 10-year life cycle or life duty. Other ones would far exceed that. And we look at each one independently for that. And that's, you know, Tanner behind me here, he's, that's near and dear to his heart. He is on that like literally every year.
So then my final question is then regarding fleet, utility trailers such as, item number 19, which is a gravity split trailer. Not 100% sure what that is, but I do know that from my own experience, these trailers tend to last a long time because there isn't a whole lot of mechanics involved, so irregular maintenance. So does the same thing apply? You evaluate the life of that?
Absolutely.
And then I lied to you because I do have one other question. The events trailer. What would be the determining factor of replacing that? Pardon?
The existing events trailer replaced another one that we had here, and I believe the one it replaced was the first and only one that we've ever had. This one here was a I believe we got it from the city of London, or it was a used trailer and whatnot. It just became surplus, and it was presented to council that, hey, there's an opportunity to upgrade our events trailer with another one from another municipality that was being replaced. I foresee the same kind of scenario happening when this is at end of life.
Okay, so there's no sort of immediate need to.
No, this
Have a
wasn't,
look at that
yeah,
one.
that trailer wasn't designed for our needs. It just became, you know, available, and we acted on it
All
from
right.
my recollection.
Okay, well, I'm going to extend this one more question, sorry. There has been talk about various roadways, particularly gravel roads north of Thorndale. I'm thinking the Purple Hill, for example. I may have missed this, Jared, so correct me if I'm wrong. Is there any budget allocation to consider the portion, particularly from the entertainment center south to, say, Plover Mills or something along that line?
As a matter of fact, it's in the capital budget
Okay,
to
Yeah.
tar and chip that.
sorry, I probably did miss that then. Okay, Jared, as far as I'm concerned, you're off the hook. Anyone? Councillor Crockett. Go ahead.
Oh, just since we're making Jared talk so much, could you expand on what the Dorchester Road Works is?
Absolutely. Currently, there's 3 developments on Dorchester Road. One is the Shoppers Plaza expansion. The other one is the Hawthorne subdivision, which is on, again, the east side of Dorchester Road. And then on the opposite side of the road is the Cromarty Estates subdivision 2. All 3 of those subdivisions are coming in, and they're looking for approvals and whatnot. On top of that, they all need storm sewer outlets. So council may recall, I think last month they approved the drainage permit that Otis Group, which is the Shoppers Drug Mart Plaza, applied for a drainage petition. In that drainage petition is just to upgrade the storm sewer, put a storm sewer in so they all have legal outlet. Staff kind of did a little bit of last minute shuffling here. We removed the Rebecca Road kind of in the investigation and put in Dorchester Road there. So we have funds we thought if we're going to do the storm sewer, maybe we should look at urbanization for that section too. We spoke with the county. Chris Trainey at the county there he's on board. They have money allocated in the 24 budget as well, just to do an upgrade, basically same as Thorndale Road, honestly for the same reason. So we have a design done so those different developments can match our design. So we don't have one application coming in with a road design higher than the one on the opposite side of the road. So it's just a holistic way of looking at Dorchester Road so everybody can match it, and it just looks like it's been planned right from the beginning.
So further to that, would that urbanization include sidewalks?
Yes, it would. Again, we haven't gotten into the planning yet. Obviously, hasn't been passed, but it would be sidewalks connecting sidewalks, trail, walkways, some sort of pedestrian you know, right away to get to the boardwalk subdivision.
Thank you.
Councillor Lockie.
So further question on that, is that funded by development charges?
Yes, it is.
Thanks.
And further to that, I'm assuming that that would be well lit as well, because you're coming from an area, potentially from a darker area up to, say, the Shoppers Plaza.
That's right.
Yeah.
I can see it being staged.
Yeah.
To be 100%, you know, transparent, I guess I could see it being staged, and not being gone full urban all the way to boardwalk subdivision. But again, it was right from the start there. Both the county and I are concerned about the pedestrian, I guess, connectivity from boardwalk subdivision to Byron Ave.
And just a little bit further to that, because of the nature of that particular potential sidewalk, and I don't mean it to be a discussion for right now, but I'm wondering, when you do have talks with the county about some type of barrier, because as you know, that road is very, very busy and the speeds get up there regardless of posted speed signs. And if you're going to be bringing in, you know, that number of subdivisions, and then you're also going to be bringing people up from Boardwalk. I'm just putting it out there for some sort of consideration, because I know as a parent, when I lived in Tyner Estates, one of my biggest issues was my daughter riding up the Hamilton Road on her bike with speeds.
Right.
Yeah, too. So
I
just a thought.
I can tell you for sure, county roads usually have barrier curbs. Like that's a county road mandate usually. So that'll be, again, one so much barrier in that too. But yeah, that's all on everybody's mind too, is pedestrian versus vehicular traffic.
Okay. Any other questions from council? All right, Jared, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So we will move on to the Director of we'll move on to the Director of Community Services and Facilities, Steve McDonald.
Through you, your worship. We'll start with this slideshow for an overview of the department. Starting with the department structure. Underneath myself, we've got our Parks and Facility Supervisor, Mr. Devin Brown, with that being the main segment of our employees within this department. We've got our foreman, and then 7 full-time Parks and Facility operators under him, and then another selection of recreational staff, part-time, seasonal staff to complement all the needs for the department. Along with that, we've got Tori and Abby as our administrative assistants, not only for this department, but also providing support to fire services. And then to the right of that, we have our senior center with Karen Gress as the coordinator and Kayla as the assistant. And then finally, we have Tammy Budd as a cemetery services assistant, who also provides services to planning and development. For an overview of the department, we provide a wide range of facilities and services that offer residents the benefits of a healthy lifestyle through physical and social opportunities, contributing to a vibrant community. With regards to parks and facilities, we have 2 main community centers. They house many amenities, including our senior center, auditoriums, gymnasiums, meeting rooms, kitchens, ice pads, a walking track, along with spaces that are rented to third parties, including that space that is used by VON. We also maintain our outdoor pool and wading pool, splash pads, trails, ball diamonds, soccer fields, basketball courts, playgrounds, pavilions, field houses, tennis and pickleball courts, skateboard parks, dog parks, cemeteries, and libraries. With regards to libraries, we have 2 properties housing libraries in Thames Center, and they are operated through Middlesex County Library, which provides valuable programs and services to our community. So that's been a great partnership. With regards to programs and events, We offer diverse and engaging programs and events catering to various interests and all ages, from our popular playground summer day camp and our aquatics programs to our range of drop-in sports activities, public skates, and public swims. We try to offer something for everyone. We also host annual events including Canada Day, Bridge Fest, and the Festival of Lights, along with special events including outdoor movie nights and Remembrance Day services, all fostering a sense of community and inclusivity for all. Our senior center is, of course, in the midst of an exciting renovation expansion. They offer diverse programs, events, and meals for those aged 50 and above. They provide essential support in social, educational, fitness, and nutritional aspects. With membership of 450 and growing, we see roughly 2,800 participants engaging monthly. A weekly email update keeps members connected and visitors as well. With regards to legislation that impacts this department, that includes the TSSA for both our refrigeration plant and boilers, along with fuel tanks and elevators. The CSA has guidelines with regards to safe use and maintenance of playgrounds. The Middlesex London Health Unit, we work with them with regards to our pool, kitchens, and our summer playground camp. Then within Thames Center policies, we have our fees and charges bylaw, our procurement policy, and the delegation of powers and duties policy, which are all referred to regularly within our department. The next slide shows an overview of the budget, including a proposed capital budget of just under $500,000. And then for operating, we've got revenues at just under 2 million and expenses of 4.4 million. You'll see some direct correlations between the prime revenue and expense generator, that being the Flight Exec Center, with everything that goes on under that roof. And then after that, it's largely spread out over many cost centers, with the most notable ones for revenue being, after the Flight Exec Center, being the summer playground program, basketball and soccer, senior center, the rent we receive from the libraries, and the fees and services we receive from cemeteries. Whereas our largest contributors for expenses after the Flight Exec Center is most notably administration. And after that, it's spread out over several cost centers. For 2024 initiatives, some of the big ones we have in the works include obviously the expansion renovation project at the Flight Exec Center, the Thorndale Park walking path upgrades with a nice Trillium grant to cover most of that cost. The Thorndale Park stormwater management, we've had ongoing problems and reoccurring maintenance needs with the current stormwater situation behind the community center. So we'd like to address that once and for all. Likewise, with the heightened use of our outdoor recreation complex, the existing septic system just simply isn't large enough. And then as well, we always budget for some annual maintenance lines for playgrounds, fencing, and trails. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Any questions from council? Councillor Crockett.
I never get to go first, and it's so fun that I get to go first today. All right, like Jared, I have a few questions for you, but they're fairly easy. My first inquiry is regarding ball diamonds. You and I have talked offline in regards to some recognition signage. Is it possible, and this might be later in the program, but to look at potentially putting some additional funds into the budget for this? For those that are unaware, CAO and Steve and I have been conversing about a recognition sign similar to the Bob Davis up at Diamond Number 2 to be erected at the Harrietsville Mossley Park. We are hoping to get a price back from Banner before this budget meeting, but they've been very busy. So we have not received that yet. But since we're kind of at that stage, we are looking at putting forward some dollars to that.
Yeah, just to provide a bit more context to that. So the request came in to the councillor after the budget was set. However, it is something, obviously, if council has an appetite for it, that we could consider. I don't want to give a firm number because we haven't received an estimate yet, but I would guess it would be in the range of a maximum of $3,000 to $4,000 to do a sign for the ballpark in Harrietsville. And I guess that's up to council's discretion.
Just one question on my behalf. Is this in recognition of some particular person or?
Yes, it is. And I was planning on bringing that to council meeting as a
Okay.
motion, but I was hoping to have a dollar amount to go with it. But now we're here without that dollar amount. And instead of just tacking it on in a month, I was thinking we could be proactive and add it now.
Any other, Councillor Heeman?
Yeah, I think it's good for us to have uniform signage across our different recreation facilities, and I would note that we still have West Missouri era signage at the Thorndale Ball Diamonds. So if there's a look to modernizing with the new Thames Center logo, and I know we have that with a lot of the other diamonds where we did make the effort, I believe, 3 years ago to have the uniform signage at a lot of different municipal facilities, then I would see value in that being extended to the Ball Diamonds at the Thorndale Fairgrounds.
Thank you, Councillor Heeman. Any other questions or conversation about this particular issue? Go ahead. Oh, anything else you further would like to add to?
No additions to that, but I have more questions after this conversation
All right.
concludes.
Then do you want to go ahead? You can.
Sure. So moving ahead to maintenance for the senior center, is it a bit redundant considering the expansion that's taking place? I know that there was a allotted budget towards this.
So the maintenance line for the senior center was adjusted for 2024 to accommodate that it would just be likely for the fourth quarter.
Okay, continuing on, regarding the flight exec center, have you seen a loss of revenue impact due to the construction?
No, not to this point. It's hard to put a finger on it because a lot of things are moving around, like from where they were normally held. So there'll be obviously a loss of revenue while we are without an auditorium in that facility. But otherwise, the main impact was on the senior center. And I think Karen and Kayla have done a tremendous job at offering pretty much all of their programs still just in different locations, whether it be different locations within the flight exec center, or a lot of things like their meals all moved to Thorndale for this year during the renovation. And then as well in partnership with the Dorchester Library and the North Dorchester Fairground as well. So we've branched out to help kind of cover and not lose those revenues as best as possible.
Thanks, Steve. And just on that, what's the timeline look like? Are we still kind of on pace?
Yeah, the latest from MCI is they're still planning or have the goal of a completion of next July. I don't know if it's early or late July. Their project manager is going to be coming to our next expansion committee meeting. So I know he's been in discussions with all of his sub trades just to make sure all of their ducks are still in a row. So it just takes one duck to swim off the plan to kind of delay things. So hopefully things are all well planned out.
Perfect. And I just have two more questions. My next one is in regards to the Dorchester wading pool. Is there plans for upgrades on that? It's looking a bit rough.
Yes, it is in the it is, I believe, planned for 2025 or 26 for replacement.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is,
They're waiting.
Pardon?
They're waiting.
And my last question is in regards to playground. There's been consideration for an increase in fees for the leaders. In retrospect, has that also been considered for the actual playground fees themselves? to kind of cover that difference?
Sorry, yeah, there is a plan and for the rates and fees coming to council this afternoon, that report. There is a proposal for the weekly cost to go up for playground registration that'll work out to $195 for the week, which is still competitive and comparable to the other areas that we've analyzed.
Perfect. Thanks, Steve.
You're
That
welcome.
might be it. I'll end with that.
Councillor Lockie.
Through your worship. So this question is actually directed to finance. So I noticed that for the capital projects that it's to be funded from the reserve, but I'm looking at the reserve fund continuity projections and I don't see a specific line for Parks and Recreation Department on the reserve schedule. Is that, where would I see what's remaining in for Parks and Rec and the reserves? My concern is like the development fees are underfunded and I don't want to use reserves if they're not there.
Who would like to tackle this one? Nicole?
But maybe I just don't see them.
It's just community services.
Community services.
It's all in one.
Community services. Okay, so it is already overdrawn.
It is, yes.
So I don't know if it would be wise to, invest more in Parks and Rec without knowing where it's coming from. Unless we, find room in other budgets or, increase taxes by that amount.
Mr. Barrett, would you like to address that?
Yeah, I believe the reserve contributions match around the expense for 2024. So where the community services facilities capital budget is already significantly reduced for the exact reason that you've outlined. But I believe the contributions in 24 are the same as the expenses here. As you noted, with an eye to the asset management plan, there's a capital levy consideration later today as well as some other items. But that said, it is up for council consideration in terms of which projects they want to advance or not.
Okay,
Thank you.
thanks.
Any other questions from council? Councillor Crockett.
I'm so glad I said ish. Just 2 questions. Do we rent out the stage and event trailer or is that a possibility?
Yes, we do.
Okay, and with that, just consideration that perhaps we get a PA system, a better PA system, because I know that we had some challenges specifically at Remembrance Day going forward. And I mean, that might be able to circle up under like special events committee or somewhere else, but just wanted to note that. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple. The septic system, is that, is it going to be a brand new system? At the Royal Field,
Yeah.
sorry.
Correct. So the septic system servicing the ORC, it'll be an expansion to the existing system. It's just simply not large enough. So we're still looking at exactly how it will be expanded but that is the intent.
And one other thought that's come to mind is there's concession booth there. And I know that there's been a little bit of discussion around, sort of who does what there. One of the things I hear a lot from the public is that it's a lovely facility. There's a significant cost to get it going and all that sort of thing. So bringing other monies into it, in particular, in trying to keep business in town so that other business owners kind of benefit from the activities that are taking place out there. So I'm wondering, as to that concession booth, is there any plan going forward as to operation of it, who does it, what it will be, any sort of marketing to help other businesses, letting the public know that we do have other restaurants and that sort of thing in town? Because as we all know, if there's a weekend bowl tournament, a lot of people are going to be housing themselves in the hotels in London, and a lot of times taking a significant portion of, meal expense there as well. So I just wondered if there was any thought going forward to about sort of maximizing that particular aspect?
Yes, through you, your worship. Great question, some good points. And we have been in discussions with one local restaurateur who I don't want to comment for sure. I believe they may have already expressed interest or close to firmed up running that food booth for us. But then I think as well, there is, as you mentioned, an opportunity at the same time to also promote because it is a small little space to sell out of. So it's limited. And when there are large tournaments there, it certainly can't do the turnaround of a Tim Hortons drive-through when people are wanting to be fed. So I think there could be a great opportunity there to, I'm not sure how, but to promote, while you're in town or while you're in Thames Center, here are other places that you can hit, whether that's in conjunction with our Economic Development Committee or in other ways, but definitely opportunities there.
That was some of the things I was thinking in that same line in terms of the economic development with maybe going forward into 24, maybe there would be an opportunity to brainstorm some of these ideas that bring value added to the ballpark, but also to the municipality. Councillor Heeman.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page, and I'm just looking at line item 5030 about advertising, rink boards and outfield fencing. I think there might be an opportunity to expand that program and because I know we don't have any outfield advertising and in the Thorndale Park area, and I think that's something that brings attention to local businesses and also can be a source of revenue for operation of the grounds and whatnot. So just putting that forward as a potential solution, A, for awareness, and B, for both sides of the ledger.
Thank you, Councillor Heeman. And just along that vein, are we sort of maxed out in the ORC with the sponsorships? Or are there still other opportunities?
Through you, your worship, yes, there are still other opportunities. We still have some outfield fencing available for advertising. And I believe even one of the spaces that has a sponsorship price allocated to it hasn't been scooped up by anyone yet. So there are still opportunities for people to get naming rights to the VIP seating. There's 100 seats there, and people get, or families have been supporting that, but there's still at least probably 20 or 30 of those available as well.
And are we going to be promoting that, I'm assuming?
Yes, we are, and in partnership with Dorchester Minor Ball and Great Lake Canadians.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? Councillor Heeman.
Thank you, your worship. I have a question regarding item 5016117230 Thames Center Trails. I'm just going to refer to our strategic plan. And I think if you look at item 4C, it speaks to the importance of trails. And I think this was also highlighted in the recreation master plan, is the importance of trails to our residents based on the surveys that were conducted. And I'm just looking at some of the budget to actuals, and it appears that we're not fully utilizing our budget allocations for trails, at least within the last 2 calendar years. And I was just wondering how we could accelerate some of our trails activities in line with in alignment with the priority that's been given on them by the public. I know that in the previous Trails Master Plan that they recommended around $70,000 annually, and to date, I don't believe that's ever been contributed towards the Trails Network. So I guess promoting a little bit more discussion, but also given that we're not currently utilizing the budget allocation, how can we make sure that this is being utilized, and so that we can build on that and potentially grow the contributions to the Trails Network?
Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, through you, your worship. So yeah, with regards to the trails, I think once that master plan is updated, that's going to help update our focus and our direction as to how we proceed with that. And in regards to, we normally have an annual capital maintenance line for trails, and you mentioned the 75,000. It had historically the last several years been 50,000 a year for that we've put towards trails maintenance and upkeep and expansion. And this year, when you look at the capital lines, we're exceeding that. We've got 10,000 to go towards kind of general trails maintenance. But then on top of that, we've got the $105,000 for the Thorndale Park program, which is largely funded by the OTF grant that we received. So, I think that's a great first step in taking our trails to the next level, and hopefully we can continue from there.
Any other questions? And just further to the trail system, I believe I've spoken to either you or Devin. The one particular portion of the trails in Dorchester, as it comes off Oakwood Drive, forks to the left and then goes over the bridge towards that's a real source of problem there. It's low lying and quite often so flooded you can't get across there. That's just an FYI. I know we've talked about that before. Any other questions then before we move on? Councillor Heeman, are you raising your hand?
I'm just wondering if the railway project that was budgeted last year, whether that's slated for completion, the railway extension on the Thorndale Trails network. It's outlined in the on the website for the capital budget. It's an expansion from, I believe, the wastewater treatment plant down to King Street, but I haven't seen any activity on it. So
I'll have to report back on that one.
okay.
Okay. Beyond that, then, are there any other questions? Otherwise, thank you, Mr. McDonald. At this moment, I'm going to turn this over to our clerk.
Sorry, through you, your worship. I would just ask that there be a motion just to receive the department presentations for information.
May I have a mover? Councillor Crockett, seconder. Councillor Heeman, all in favor? To receive, yes? Okay. That motion carries. Thank you. Are we all in favor of taking a lunch break? Because apparently lunch is coming in shortly. No objections, right? All right, then we'll take a break until, what time would you like to reconvene? Sure. 1 o'clock? 12:30? Okay. All right, we will reconvene at 12:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back here to reconvene our budget deliberations for the 2024 budget. The time of is 12:34. And the first item on the agenda for this afternoon is item number 6 on your agenda, which is budget deliberations. And at this point, I will turn this over to the CAO, Mr. Barrick.
Well, that's great. Thank you, Mayor. So you have before you the proposed operating capital budget 2024. There are various recommendations contained therein, broken out for council to help maybe guide the discussion in terms of options for consideration. As you saw in the presentations this morning, and had opportunity to have questions and still have opportunity to ask questions related to particular lines in the operating capital budget items. We did speak to how this budget aligns with your strategic plan as well, and what's included. So because we had the presentations this morning, I won't speak too much further about the report itself. However, myself and the balance of staff are here to answer any questions that you may have as you consider the recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, I'll turn this over to council now. Councillor Lockie.
Through your worship, it would be my recommendation that we just have separate discussions for each of these line items rather than receiving them all as one. I'd also like to recommend that the proposed operating budget be approved in principle, including the tax levy increase of 1.4% be left to the end of the discussion in case there's, any changes to the budgets that may impact that levy increase.
So you're making that motion?
I'm making that motion, yes.
Do we have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Heeman, all in favor? All right, motion carries. Okay, go ahead. Something you want to?
Okay, I guess, well, I guess, yeah, starting with the proposed capital budget of $9.2 million. I do have some questions regarding, the wastewater projects. And just, I do have some concerns regarding the fact that with respect to our DCs being in a negative or being so being in a negative. And, I'm also concerned that, going forward, we still have that debenture to fund every year of, about $850,000. And, I'm concerned, do we, is it a good idea to move forward with the wastewater projects, given that there's nothing in the DCs to fund them? So I guess my question would be to Director Craven. So really, actually, I have two questions. Is, are any of these projects, can they be deferred? And also wondering if, like, they're all three projects are growth related. Why are they being partially funded by the reserve instead of the DCs? Sorry.
Mr. Craven, so you're talking about,
yeah.
you're talking about developments that are coming on stream potentially in the next, within the next year.
Yeah, so kind of go back to the capital summary on wastewater. So we've got 3 projects listed, total of 1.1 million. All 3 projects are directly related to growth, according to the description. We have, 389,550 coming out of the reserve and, 710 coming out of DCs. So can we push any of these off is my first question, till we have time to build up the reserve. And my other question is, why do we have money coming out of the reserve when these are all growth related projects?
Mr. Craven, then.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Through your worship. I may lean on the finance department a little bit on this too. And I have our Nancy Neal actually from Watson just on standby, just in case she can add a little bit more clarification too. First question, 3 projects, can any be deferred? All 3 projects are design projects. They're not construction, just basically the first segment, I guess, of a construction project. So they're designed. Can they be deferred? I guess anything can be deferred. There's nothing locked in. That being said, we defer things long enough and then we kind of start to stall development. This is just staying step, 1 or 2 steps ahead of, construction and development. Second part of that question, why isn't there any DCs allocated to these?
Why do we have anything being allocated from the reserve when they're all growth related projects?
Okay. Each of these projects would have showed up in the master servicing plan. And that master servicing plan that was completed in 2019, 2020 looks at the project as a whole, saying, well, how much is related to development, how much benefits existing. And so each of these projects, there are a small amount of, like, say, the percentage of the project that would benefit the existing properties, I guess, in Dorchester or Thorndale. That's all laid out in the master servicing plan. Again, it's high level. When the plan comes together, when the project comes together, it's reevaluated again, because the master servicing plan was done. It's about 3 years old. When we look at the project, when we get into the meat and potatoes of the project, then those divisions, may change a little bit. But we're going by the numbers that are given to us in the master plan done by GM Blue Plan back in 2019, 2020.
Right. But so when we say the benefit to existing, I just kind of want to clarify. So the people that will actually get the benefit are not the people that are actually going to have to pay for it right now through the reserve. So would it not make more sense to minimize the amount going through the reserve? Because the people paying the reserve don't get any benefit.
Here, I'm gonna phone a friend here. Nancy, can I have you jump in and maybe clarify that maybe better than I did right now? The difference between benefit to existing and the DC allocation and how that's broken out for, from plan to plan or from project to project, please?
With every one of the projects that were identified through the master plan a few years back, each project was looked at for a number of different things. Whether or not when the expansions were happening, would there be replacements happening to the existing? For example, on the treatment plant or pumping stations, oftentimes you have to replace some of the existing items to allow for that expansion to happen. Or there could be components of those facilities that are coming due for replacement anyways as part of asset management plans, and you're going to do those alongside doing the expansion. So with every project, it was looked at as to how much of the project was going to benefit growth and how much potentially was going to be a replacement and benefit the existing community. When it comes to pipes, actually, each project was looked at for a number of different things, including where there was a pipe that was going to be replaced and upsized or replaced and expanded or extended. Obviously, that replacement component, again, is not growth related, and you can't charge it to growth. That's the benefit to existing that has to be funded through your rates. We also looked at some pipes and the potential of existing, once they were extended, existing properties that were on well or septic coming on to the municipal services. And you passed your Part 12 bylaw that is recovering a similar cost because they are new to the system, similar to a new house that's new to the system. You'd be collecting a development charge for them. If they're existing but connecting in, then you'd be collecting that Part 12 capital charge, and that's held in a separate reserve and would help provide funding towards that benefit to existing as well. So there may be, even for the benefit to existing, another reserve being looked at for that special Part 12 bylaw.
Okay.
But pure replacement is replacement. That's asset management, and you have to recover that through your rates.
No, I understand, but when I read the descriptions for this, it seems like probably 90% would be, growth related.
Yeah, and there are projects that have upwards of 98% growth related, just depending on the project. I'm not sure exactly which project lines you're looking at, to go back at the master plan and look at what was included. But what was in the master plan actually got brought into your development charge calculations. So if there was a 70% growth, 30% benefit to existing, that identified in the master plan, that's what would have come forward into your development charge calculations and would continue to come forward in your budget unless there was some type of scope change anticipated that you're now going to construct something different than what was anticipated in that master plan.
So with respect to then the amount that we, put in for the benefit to existing, what percentage of that, of the growth related projects is the benefit to existing that comes out of the reserve?
So it's on a project by project basis, and you'd have to, Jared, I don't know the specific projects that you have identified in your budget for 2024 for me to have a look at that.
If I may, through your worship, and there is I believe it's a missing entry here for Pump Station 3 West Sewers, basically the third wastewater service project or capital project, the last one there. It's missing the DC figure there. It should, again, like Nancy said, that would be one that would be upwards 90% DCs and 10%. If that's what's throwing you off there, it's just a missing entry, and we can go back and look at that. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. So it would be my recommendation to council that just because of well, actually, maybe I should get clarification from Nancy since you're here. So with respect to the DC funding, I did some preliminary calculations based on, your report. And, I'm concerned that we won't have enough funding to cover this, because when we, have to fund for the reserve, do you think there's any concern that we won't have enough DCs coming in to fund future projects?
Well, let me answer that a couple of different ways. First off, if with water and wastewater specifically and road projects, quite often you have to undertake those projects to allow growth to come. You're not going to issue building permits if the capacity isn't there in the system. So often you find that those services, you're actually building them prior to all the growth coming. And keep in mind, we are looking out over an extensive amount of time to recover those costs. And that's where you might see DC reserve funds go into a deficit for those, or growth related debentures being required to help finance and cash flow those over time. Now, the interest charges on any debentures are also something that gets recovered through the development charges. So over time, you will collect what is needed. Save and accept where you have provided discretionary exemptions or discounts in your bylaw, or where statutory exemptions and discounts exist. And those have to be funded when each development comes forward. That amount has to be funded from some other source, because you cannot get it through the development charges. There's a couple of different ways municipalities handle that. Some municipalities, and I don't know specifically how yours deals with it, some municipalities track each of those developments that you're not collecting the full DCs on because of exemptions or discounts or phase-ins. And then they fund from your rates or your taxes for the other services that aren't water, wastewater, an amount through your budget to make up the difference. Others, at the time they are doing the budget, say, well, on average, we don't collect, say 20% of development charges because of exemptions and discounts. And that's where at the time they're doing their budget, instead of maybe funding 90% of the project that's growth related, you may only see them funding 70% of it from development charges, because they're looking at that average 20% that will never be collected because of those policies that are in place either through the act or through your bylaw that your prior council agreed to. So I would have to look to your finance staff to confirm for you which way they deal with the loss in revenue because of discounts and exemptions.
Thank you. And I don't expect finance to answer that now. But I probably maybe going forward, I could get that information. Unless you have it.
No, I don't have it on hand. I will
Okay.
look into it for you though.
Thank you. I also have concern, I mentioned my concern with respect to, the recreation department budget going, given that the DCs are so overdrawn and the reserves being overdrawn. With respect to the flight exec expansion, I am on that committee and, we approved the budget. I'm still not clear why we're over. I thought we had the full project budgeted. And
Mr.
like,
McDonald?
yeah, I guess are the additional costs that are in this budget, are they new costs or are they just costs that we agreed to defer?
Through you, your worship. So back on the April 10th council meeting earlier this year, that was one of the ones in Thorndale, and we had an in-camera session where we were discussing getting the cost for this project to a level that council was comfortable with proceeding. And it was at that point the expansion committee had put together, and at that meeting I presented the items that were a part of the scope that didn't need to be included in the 2023 budget, as these were costs that could be deferred until 2024 towards the end of the project. So those are the items that are included in that extra amount for the 150,000. Specifically, they were appliances for the kitchen, signage, security, and millwork, and a display case. So that's where that number came from. But still, the preference is if the contingency funds of the core project, if enough of those can be maintained, then they will cover those costs. But there's always a chance with contingency. We didn't put in an overly aggressive contingency amount. So if the contingency funds have to be used for other things, unforeseen things that come up, then that's why we'll need this budget line. But by all means, if we don't need to use all or even a portion of this, then we most certainly would not.
Councillor Heyman.
I believe a consequence of that April meeting also was the approval of a 200,000 addition to the project for the continuation of the gymnasium line or the events center line. Has that been accounted for in this budget or is it past budget?
Councillor, I'm sorry, Mr. McDonald.
Through you, your worship. So yeah, you're correct, Councillor Heeman, in that at that meeting, council gave direction to proceed with expanding the auditorium footprint to a specified amount if the contractor could do that additional size for up to an additional $200,000. So MCI came back with an additional cost of just over 80,000 to accommodate that. So that is in the scope of the project.
I'd also like to make one more recommendation with respect to the Flight Exec Expansion Committee. So as council, I think that it would be good to do some fundraising. When we had the new arena, there was a very, very large event that took place that I believe was very profitable. And I was wondering if it might be a good idea to have perhaps the Flight Exec Expansion Committee and the Special Events Committee join forces to have an event in the summer to raise funds for the expansion.
Mr. McDonald?
Through you, your worship. Yeah, so there is a fundraising subcommittee as a subset of the expansion committee. And we're in the process of getting ready to launch a whole fundraising campaign That'll include like a thermometer out by the road that'll show what % of the goals we have reached. A brochure that we can provide to prospective donors, both families and bigger corporate donors. And then as well, yeah, we have been discussing various events that can take place for fundraising, whether or not we can benefit from the assistance of the Special Events Committee could be a possibility for sure.
Councillor Crockett.
Through you, your worship, just to continue on with Steve's thought, as the chair of the Special Events Committee, we have also had this conversation on looking at how we can incorporate or maybe adapt a current event to better suit kind of this idea of bringing back a fundraiser event going forward, whether it's a one-off event or something that can continue into the future and become more of a staple. So likely that will be taken offline, but I think we look forward to joining forces on this idea.
Thank you, Councillor Heeman.
I would agree with the suggestions of both the counselors. I think that Thames Center Rocks concert was definitely a high water mark in my youth. And I think we have put in some thought into arts and culture tourism in our strategic plan. And I think this is a good opportunity to have a, kind of a capstone or a foundation stone launching event that we might be able to carry forward.
Good. Anything else on this vein? Yeah. Okay. Are we ready to move forward? Anything else in that particular motion, Danielle?
No, with respect to the capital budget, no, I won't make any recommendations based on, speaking to Ms. Neal, that, that I have comfort that that we will have enough DCs to cover the projects. And based on, Director McDonald's replies, I'm comfortable moving forward.
Is there any other discussion on this before we move to call the vote? To the clerk.
Through you, your worship. So just to confirm the wording of the recommendation, that report number CAO-018-23 be received for information, and that the 2024 proposed capital budget of $9,237,997 be approved in principle as presented.
Councillor Crockett.
I have one additional comment on the capital budget before we move forward.
Okay. Do you want to state that now?
Yeah, I was hoping that we could just revisit a conversation that extends from this morning regarding the OMPF grant and the finalized numbers that comes through with that. I know this morning we were discussing that it may potentially be low considering oh, now I lost it. The other projects that it compares to, let me flip. So sorry, that would be 51405 grant OMPF. Mr. Barrick, do you want to make a comment on this?
Through the mayor, thank you. So yes, as per the conversation this morning, staff have done additional diligence and homework to confirm, in fact, we will be getting 969,200 in 2024. That's confirmed through the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund. We originally budgeted 85% as per a letter we had received previously. And since this morning, and thanks to Councillor Lockie for raising this question, we've been able to identify confirmed an additional $143,000 we will be receiving, which is in line with our actuals in 22 and 23. And so council does have the ability to increase the revenue line in its budget to consider what it may want to do with the additional $143,000.
Counselor Crockett.
I would like to propose just an estimated amount here, say $25,000 towards signage at the Parks and Recreation Center that was aforementioned this morning, one being an additional sign at Harrietsville Mossley. And then second to that is the changing of the signs up in Thorndale. Yes, I'll make that motion. I don't know, can it just be a direction to staff to allocate those funds towards that project, or does that need to be a separate line item?
So thank you. I believe council's considering approving its capital budget. So, yeah, so this would be, part of the capital budget consideration.
We do not need a specific motion.
Why I would, because it'll increase the dollar value.
Yeah.
Sorry, through the mayor, the additional 25,000 will increase the dollar value under consideration right now. So I would suggest that it's required.
All right, so we have the motion that has been made by Counselor Crockett and seconded by Counselor Heeman. So call the vote. All in favor? Okay. Here's the motion carries. Counselor Heeman, have you something else to say?
No, I just have a clarifying question, but I think Crockett's on a roll here, so.
No, we're good. My next two questions have nothing to do with that, so.
Would you like to ask it at this time?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, since we found additional revenue sources, does that need to be allocated, or can it be used directly against the potential taxation?
I do not know. I'll turn this over to CAO Barrick.
Thank you, Mayor. So council has decided to break the recommendations out separately. We're currently on the capital consideration, and I apologize, I'm not sure if the amendment just got passed, and so we're still on the overall capital. Okay, so if council's added an additional $25,000 here, then when we get to the point of approving the operating budget, that's when the revenue should be added in at that stage. Because operating and capital right now are being considered separately at this time as per council request. If that helps, Councilor Heeman.
So we need to allocate that, say, $75,000 to some sort of operating or capital expense that has been funded either from reserves or from the levy.
So the source identified for the 25,000 is the OMPF funding.
Yeah, so wouldn't that be, I think further to Tom's point here is, wouldn't that be, wouldn't this $25,000 be inclusive of the additional funds that we just found? Not in excess of them?
Sorry, the envelope is 143. And if you've decided to allocate 25,000 of the 143 to the signage, that was my understanding.
Yeah.
So we'll have to just ensure the 143 is added into the operating budget when we get to that portion.
And that would reduce the tax levy by the,
Well, that will be up to council when it when we get
depending
to the
on where it's
operating.
allocated.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that clarification.
Was there anything else?
Yeah, sorry. So I just wanted to look at, and I might be in the wrong headspace right now, but the funding that's under the capital budget regarding playground. There was a brief conversation this morning with the understanding that the increase in playground wages from 2023 to 2024 were required, I'm assuming cost of living, et cetera. But we were also discussing the increase in weekly fees for playground. So I was just wondering whether these should be kind of offsetting one another, considering like the playground income should then be covering the wages of the employees?
Is that something you can speak to, Mr. McDonald, or you, do we need to deal with finance on? Or maybe in tandem?
So maybe I'll help start, through the mayor. Thank you. So I guess that's an operations question.
Okay.
Which is fine, but we're on the capital and, I think we can still answer that question knowing we're still on the capital, but, my understanding is that previously the wages line with respect to the playground, seasonal staff, it wasn't budgeted to actuals. We're now trying to budget to actuals. And so that's why the fee component hasn't necessarily been reflected, is that the expenses weren't, I think, historically budgeted to what they actually are, but I'll pass it over to Director McDonald.
Okay,
Go
thank
ahead.
you. Thank you, through you, your worship. Yeah, so for the playground budget for 2024, we were able to wait and take a look and adjust accordingly after the current year's playground wrapped up and finished. So it was a last minute update to the budget in regards that most other sections were already done. So what we did was we took a hard look at the actual labor, the actual number of hours of employees to determine what would be doable for 2024. And we adjusted in that regard. So it is, as the CAO stated, based on actuals for 2023. It's the previous couple of years coming out of COVID, we've had a few years where we've had to adjust and to be able to more accurately forecast the needs for playground. So that's what we did for 2024.
Thanks, Steve, for that. Sorry, I was jumping around. I forgot we like mixed up the order of things. So I do I'll defer my next question, which is under operating. And my one question is on capital, which goes towards Director Craven, if I may. Under transportation, this does say capital budget, so I think I'm in the right spot. Okay. There is a DC project, Dorchester Road, with no DCs allocated to it. Is it because it's fully funded by the reserve fund, I'm assuming?
Your worship, it's because it's brand new. It hasn't been given to Nancy or gone through the formula to find out what's DCable and what's, benefit to existing. It's just literally brand new. So we have to throw through the formula to put those numbers in.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm done now.
Thank you, Councillor Crockett. Councillor Lockie, did you have further question? Your mic was on, so I just wondered if you knew. Councillor Heeman.
Yeah, I just wanted to potentially raise the subject of allocation of the OMPF residual funds to our trail network, because I think that's something that again, it's a top priority in recreation master plan. If we have this boon of unallocated funds, then that might be something that we could put into that line item. Not necessarily all of it. I think it'd be good if we had retained some for tax stabilization, but I think that that's something where I did notice we had some misalignment between our priorities and our line items in the budget. So I just wanted to entertain a discussion on that.
Thoughts from council?
I'm just looking, we have 10,000 coming from a reserve for annual improvements and maintenance and extension of our network of walking trails. Again, with the understanding that in our current trails master plan, it recommends 70,000 annually to get to a point where we can achieve our trails plan. So I just thought it might be a good use of those funds to try and spur additional activity in our trails network.
Councillor Lockie.
the question is directed through your worship to Councillor Heeman. Are there any specific trails that you think are in need of improvements?
So I would have to go back to the Trails Master Plan. I know that in some of the new subdivisions, we're playing catch up on trails. But that might be getting ahead of the development. I know I can only speak to my ward. I know that there's need in Dorchester as well, specifically around the mill pond in terms of, and some of that work was undertaken in this past budget. But just maintenance to the existing trail network in Dorchester, as it is quite extensive, but I think we're a little bit more premature in Thorndale in terms of how extensive our network is. So for interest of parity, I think that we just follow the plan as it exists, and also it's going to be updated shortly. So this could be applied to that in future, or at least go to the reserve so that it could be applied in future.
Thank you, Councillor Heisman. I think CAO Bear wishes to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Just on Councillor Heeman's question, one is we were going to wait until we have an updated Trails Master Plan to then determine the question Councillor Lockie had asked. In the strategic plan being a multi-year plan, so we have a little bit of breathing room in terms of where best to put some of those resources. If council is satisfied with the capital budget, then the next recommendation before you is the consideration of a capital infrastructure levy of 1%. And so you may also consider a balance of that OMPF funding to offset that. And that basically is a reserve to set up for any future use as well that could be applied for trails or any other capital projects. So I just make those comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other comments on this particular item on the agenda? Councillor Lockie?
Through your worship, I would like to support the recommendation of David Barrick to allocate that to the capital infrastructure levy, so that as we, if we were to determine that, the trails is a priority, it could be allocated then. And so it gives us some discretion versus having to commit right now.
Sorry, you're moving that motion then, are you?
Yes, your worship.
And
Sorry.
sorry.
I just want to confirm the existing motion. I just want to make sure it was carried. So going back to the report being received for information, the capital budget, and then the 25,000 being allocated towards the sign project in the Harrietsville and Mossley parks. We have Councillor Crockett is the mover, Councillor Heeman is the seconder. I just want to ensure that was carried.
I believe it was.
It was, okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And I think one revision to that, Sarah, is that it wasn't just for Harrietsville Mossley Parks. It was for, I would say, recreation park signage upgrade.
Thank you.
To amend it to read that. Okay, all right. So any other discussion on this item? So I'm thinking that the motion that is before you, oh, I'm sorry, Tom, what?
I would second Councillor Lockie's motion towards allocating the remainder of the OPMF funds to the 1% capital levy reserve.
Right. Okay, so in that particular case, we'll vote on this issue. So all in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Now, before we finish off with this, Sarah, did you want to read back any of it so we're clear on all that we're voting on?
I'm good now. Thank you, Your Worship.
Okay, all right. So for the balance of that motion, I am looking for a mover and a seconder, or are we good as it is?
So we just passed the resolution that we're allocating the remainder of the OMPF to the 1% capital levy reserve.
Yes.
And then we still have the motion that a capital infrastructure levy of 1% be approved. That still has to be considered.
Okay, all right,
That's it. That one's taken care of. Okay, so we can move on to the next point then.
okay. So the next one is that, and that council establish a community grants program for 2024 with the London Children's Museum and West Missouri Nonprofit Senior Complex request to be referred to the process once initiated. A mover and a seconder for that portion,
Can I ask a question, your worship?
certainly.
So how much can you clarify, CEO, how much in the budget is directed for this program?
Thank you, through the mayor. So the proposed budget for community grants overall is $40,000. 25,000 is currently committed, I guess, based on previous commitments or perceived commitments. That is, council has historically set aside $25,000 annually for a variety of community groups. And so there's an additional 15 applied to top up a community grants program, so 40 in total. I think from an expectation perspective, the folks that have typically received part of the 25,000 are expecting to receive that in 2024. And so that's why we've added a top up so that this council can consider possibly, if they support this process, opening it up for applications and would still be able to continue to provide support to those you've provided support to in the past.
Yeah, perhaps, I don't know, with respect to like the 25 that's committed, and I don't know if I like the term expected. Maybe we should take a look at the list on the recipients, and, we may need to spread it further if more groups, need it. So perhaps there may be more flexibility for the remaining 15. Is that doable?
Yeah, so I guess from a communication perspective, if folks have been embedding this money in their own planning, then that's considered in 2024. But yes, the idea would be if council supports the community grants process, that everyone would have to apply through that process moving forward, including those who've received in the past.
So as to that portion of the motion, then do I have a mover and a seconder, or is there further discussion?
Further discussion.
Okay,
I'm just wondering, I guess a two-part question. For the West Missouri Nonprofit Seniors Complex. This kind of relates back to the previous discussion on, or let's call them legacy commitments. I know some, like previously those were accounted for in terms of economic development activity and largely were the horticultural societies and agricultural societies. One of them, in addition, being the Thorndale Lions Medical Center receiving a tax rebate. And I think that's kind of along the lines of what was proposed from the West Missouri Nonprofit Seniors Complex. Being that they're looking for ongoing support, not one-time support. And I'm just wondering whether we want to bundle all of our previous commitments and or new commitments into this grant process, or if it's feasible to maintain some under an economic development support label.
would you like to respond to that, David?
Thank you, Mayor. So thank you for the question, Councillor Heeman. You're right. The 25,000, I don't have the list in front of me, but from recollection, 7,000 of the 25, it has gone to the medical center in Thorndale annually, although I think there was a commitment. We have on record a commitment within the year, I believe 2016, no council resolution thereafter. Lord Dorchester Secondary gets 5,000 or has received 5,000. The Egg Societies get a few thousand. And then there's some smaller ones, I think, related to some student grants and things like that. So that's been the 25 or so makeup of those legacy projects. I guess the intent of any community grant process moving forward is that, you know, there'd be a level of transparency annually in terms of who's applying and who gets awarded. It took me a while to figure out who's getting what as well, so I can anticipate council may not have known. And so it's important that the council and public are aware of where these funds are going into the community. That community grant process would ensure that. To your point, Councillor Heeman, if council would like to do some kind of multi-year commitment outside of a community grant process, that's certainly within the purview of this council.
Any follow-up, Councillor Heeman?
Yeah, specifically to the medical center and the seniors complex, I view those as being more in the realm of social assistance than, you know, even quasi-economic development as previously discussed. So I would, and them being quite unique programs in the form of a tax rebate. I don't think that that's something that we want to encourage through a community grant program. But I see value in, again, having that complex, providing a service to at-risk individuals in our community being supported, especially given the recent inflationary pressures that they're not permitted to pass along due to the regulations on rent control. So I think as with respect to the horticultural societies and agricultural societies, I think the horticultural societies provide beautification to our communities. I know at least in Thorndale, they do the community gardening boxes, which do contribute significantly to beautification. I'm not aware of the extent to which the Dorchester Horticultural Society is involved in municipal or public infrastructure, but I would suspect there's some service aspect to that donation as well. So just something to consider with respect to those other two.
I don't know whether I'm sort of specifically entitled to respond on behalf of the Horticultural Society, but I am a member. Prior to the construction of the Flight Exec Center, the gardens were maintained there, the cenotaph, the entry to the Dave Clark Parkway, and the welcome to Dorchester signage. Those containers are maintained throughout the year, spring plantings, and then again, when all of those are removed, then the Christmas plantings go in. So yes, they're making a pretty significant contribution.
So just to follow up, some of the contributions to the Thorndale Agriculture Society are documented in the terms of service agreement. And so I think that's how they are also being, most of them are in kind. And perhaps Director McDonald has a more specific memory than I do, but I was wondering if some of these contributions are directed toward those in kind, or are they more in the form of a sponsorship?
Director McDonald.
Thank you. Through you, Your Worship. Beyond what has been mentioned collectively around the horseshoe, those were the main things that I'm aware of where the 25,000 existing is going towards. I don't have any other particular details on how those groups are using those funds or anything of that nature.
Are there any other comments on this? Councillor Crockett.
I think to Tom's point is that the Thorndale Lions Medical Center and the West Niagara Seniors Complex don't seem to fit within the community grants outline that I think we anticipated it to, whereas the London Regional Children's Museum does. And I actually think along that the agricultural societies would fit into that. Sure, there's opportunity under ECDev, maybe to extend with like horticultural or ag societies. But I would like to go ahead and move the community grants program, but I think in terms of the London Children's Museum, but I think the Lions Thorndale Medical Center and the West Nisuri Seniors Complex are a bit unique in the fact that, what was the word you used? Like,
Social service.
yeah, it's more of a social service than a community grant, because to CAO Barrick's point is it will likely be a recurring expense going forward. And that application process may be a little different than a one-off ask like the London Regional Children's Museum.
I would agree with Councillor Crockett's recommendation, and I think that with respect to the horticultural societies, perhaps if we do the one-time transition year and then approach them in a discussion about a potential service agreement, if that is if that's pertinent, because again, it is a service that they're providing on an ongoing basis, and maybe that's more appropriate to capture that.
Yeah, and then further to that, sorry, Mayor McMillan, we kind of view this community grant program as more of an ad hoc one-off application process. Because I'm sure there's a plethora of community groups or organizations that would benefit from this going forward.
So Mayor, if I may,
Yes.
so there's 40,000 in the proposed budget for these purposes currently. You could consider carving out a portion of that 40,000 towards each of those groups you talked about, or, you know, enhancing it further. I guess those are some options. Or leave it with staff that come back for a separate report.
Councillor Crockett, you have something you want to say?
I was just going to say, I'm comfortable going forward with the $40,000 as the community grants program, but I would like to exert Lions Thorndale Medical Center and the West Nisuri Seniors Complex, and perhaps those two initiatives or organizations should be deferred to staff for a better fit. That might be a reduction in the $40,000 considering some funding was already available to them, but open for discussion on that.
Councillor Heeman?
My understanding is that the total would be approximately $28,000. And maybe that would be better allocated to an economic development line.
All right.
But I would propose that being in addition to, not subtracting from the 40,000 total.
All right. I think at this point, what I'm going to do is refer to either the CAO or the clerk to give us some new wording for this particular portion, particularly if we're changing some of the allocated dollars. Are you comfortable, Sarah, with?
Yeah, if I may try, going with what Councillor Crockett had recommended. So the current wording of the recommendation that's written here, minus or redacting West Nisuri Nonprofit Seniors Complex. That can be considered for passage by council. And then separately, staff will be bringing back a report to outline the community grants process. And maybe at that time can also bring back a possible path for West Nisuri Nonprofit Seniors Complex as well as Thorndale Medical Center in a separate report at the same time, rather than get into the dollar values at this time. But that would be my recommendation.
So that council established a community grants program for 2024 with the London Children's Museum request to be referred to that process once initiated, and that staff bring back a report to outline the community grants process with respect to West Nisuri Nonprofit Seniors Complex and the Thorndale Medical Center with respect to those two, including, okay, one sec, sorry.
Just as Sarah's working on that, the mayor and I have a meeting actually with the board of the West Missouri Seniors Complex this Thursday. Frankly, we don't know what their request is exactly yet. So we may have additional information after that board meeting as well that could inform some of this.
All right,
Would-
so
Wasn't it detailed in the letter to council 2 weeks
I
ago?
don't think there was a
So there was not a
Dollar
dollar amount
amount,
referenced.
no,
I believe it's 21,000. And
is it?
yeah, that's where I came up with 28 and you had
Oh,
7.
okay, all right. Well. So Sarah, we'll read that one more time so we're absolutely clear on what we're voting on here.
So through your worship, that council established a community grants program for 2024 with the London Children's Museum request to be referred to that process once initiated. And that staff bring back a report to outline the community grants process with respect to ongoing requests pertaining to the West Missouri Nonprofit Seniors Complex and the Thorndale Medical Center.
Perfect, thank you. So we have that motion. Anyone willing to move for it? Move, okay, Councillor Crockett and seconded by Councillor Heeman. All in favor? All righty, that carries, thank you. Next line, and that staff be authorized to utilize legal and insurance reserve accounts for their intended purposes throughout the year if necessary. Any discussion on this one? Councillor Heeman.
I would support the motion.
Thank you. Any seconder to that motion? Councillor Lockie, all in favor? Okay, that carries. And that the proposed 2024 water rate increase of 2.5% be approved as per section 6.5 of the 2020 Thames Center Water and Wastewater Study.
I would like to have discussion
Thank
on,
you.
and I would like to combine the water rate increase and the wastewater rate increase together.
All right.
So reviewing the information, it does not appear that any interest earned on the reserves has been allocated back to this department. Correct me if I'm wrong, finance department. Is that
Anyone like
Nicole
to
or
speak to
Emily?
that then? Nicole or Emily?
Sure, I can help answer that question. Yes, so through our year-end process, any surplus or deficits for the water wastewater are allocated back to their reserve at year-end.
Right. Oh,
So
sorry,
it
my,
stays within their buckets.
but with respect to the interest
sorry,
earned
yeah.
on the reserve?
Yes,
Um,
so the interest is as well would be included in that surplus and deficit that's allocated to them.
Okay, so I didn't see a line item for interest in the budget. Okay, yeah, so I would like to, first of all, make the recommendation that, you know, the interest on the reserves be put back into the budget, into the revenue line, and that difference, be allocated, you know, flow back to the users via the rates. So instead of, which will impact the, you know, the increase of the rates. So, you know, so my calculations based on, so the GIC rate, or I guess the Bank of Canada rate is about 5% right now. So that should be the minimum interest that should be earned on those reserves. So in my opinion, it would be appropriate to allocate, you know, an interest rate of 5% on those reserves. So for water, it would be $167,000, and wastewater, it would be about $55,000. So if we kind of interpret that on, you know, the impact to the taxpayers. So right now, so for water, we're showing that the water billings is roughly $2.1 million. And so that represents a 2.5%. So yeah, 2.5% increase. So if we kind of back that out, it would be before the increase, roughly 2 million. So about $100,000 is the impact of that 2.5% increase. Now allocating, and if my math is wrong, just please feel free to interrupt me. So that 8%, so the interest of 167, I calculated be about an 8% decrease if we allocated that back to water. And wastewater, it would be about a 4% or 4.4% decrease. So, so if we were to, allocate those back, and especially for the wastewater, like, through your worship, to council, when doing my campaigning, the cost of wastewater was the biggest concern that I encountered when engaging with the public. The wastewater users have been told that as more households connect to the wastewater, to the system, then theoretically those rates should go down. And that hasn't happened. In fact, the opposite is true. We keep increasing the rates. So, and also a further point to advocate for that is that, like, I recognize the importance of setting aside money for reserves, to avoid having to debt finance in the future. But, the users have been paying high rates for a long time, and I don't think it's very fair to put so much burden on the current payers when if we wait a few years when there's more people in the systems, we can increase the rates gradually so that the burden won't be on such a few people. So, my recommendation would be to give a small reduction right now and then, phase those rates back up when there's more users on the system to absorb those additional costs. So I would like to make a recommendation for water to reduce the water rates by 5%. And for wastewater, I would like to make the recommendation to reduce wastewater rates by 2.2%. And really the kind of, to make the math simple, it would be the impact of returning the interest back into those budgets. Less what the rates that Watson had suggested that we needed to maintain our infrastructure. So if we allocate those interest rates back, we should be, flat in terms of the reserves.
Any any comment, CAO Barrick?
Great, thank you, Mayor. Thanks through the counselor. So the current proposed budget, which I know we'll be talking about last, so all the interest revenue is kind of allocated in I would say general coffers, for lack of a better term, budgeted for. So I would maybe look to finance to confirm if now we're being asked to segregate out projected water, wastewater interest revenue, that will likely lower the currently budgeted 500,000 in revenue, the overall budget, which would then impact some of the other expenses, et cetera. So there's that. My sense is we can certainly commit to peeling out interest revenue and putting it into water, wastewater budgets moving forward. The rate setting would be considered annually as you're doing now. So it'd be hard to have it as a go forward since it comes up every year. Your notion on the basically, I guess it would be a negative 2.5% on water. And maybe that if that can be done separate from the wastewater, and because I think they're two separate ones as well. But I wanted to flag the 2024 budget anyway with respect to the interest allocation, moving it from A to B would have an impact on everything else we've talked about to date. And maybe I look to finance to confirm that piece.
Any comments from either Nicole or Emily?
Yes, absolutely. It would definitely affect the operating levy if we were to break that out. But I do think, as CAO Barrick has suggested, that in the future, we can put that line item in for interest earned so you can specifically see it for water, wastewater. I would also just be hesitant for interest earned on reserve, allocating it to the budget. I think that's something we just need to clarify with the policy and operationally if we're allowed to do that as well.
Thank you. Further discussion?
So, with respect to those reserves, so those reserves have been contributed by a small group of people, especially the wastewater. And so if they're financing this reserve, that particular bucket should have the interest allocated back. And I think we should actually go back retroactively, but I'm not requesting that. I'm just requesting that for this fiscal year that, the interest on those reserves be allocated back to those funds. And yeah, it's true. We will likely have to, that will be a budget for shortfall in a different category. But it's still the right thing to do. And if we need to find other sources, whether it be impacting the rates, that's the right thing to do.
So through the mayor, maybe I can help as well. 2023, the interest revenue was only budgeted 100,000. It's more likely to be 500,000. So you may have, there's going to be a surplus report coming forward in the near future for 2023. We've budgeted based more closely on actuals in 2024. And then in 2025, as noted, I think we can actually carve it out and show it. And so the interest revenue discussion being transparently proposed in the budget, both actuals and in water wastewater, I think maybe is one discussion. The rate setting can still be achieved because the difference between billings and connection charges, et cetera, and the operating expenses is still over $1 million. So it's really that difference going into reserves. So if you reduce the rate, it just means you're not putting as much into the reserve. It doesn't impact necessarily certainly the operations. And then maybe there's a way to transition to get what you want without necessarily upending the operating budget by the dollar value. We don't even know what that calculation is right now, I'd say. So certainly we're in your hands as council. And I think there's still a way to achieve what you want. And certainly is easier kind of on a go forward basis, but it was just some commentary.
So just so that I have some clarification, are you talking about 24 remains roughly status quo, and then look at this once we know what those interests, that interest payment is back into the operating account and phase it through to 25? Am I understanding that right? Or
So I'm saying if respectfully to the mayor, through the mayor, if council decides to reduce its water rate here from 2.5% increase to a negative 2.5%, that's still something that can be achieved, notwithstanding it wouldn't be recommended and it wouldn't be part of the wastewater study. However, it can be achieved without having the conversation about the interest revenue for this year.
Councillor Heeman, you have something?
Yeah, I would support Councillor Lockey's motion to have the interest from the wastewater and water reserves allocated as a separate line item so that it can be tracked.
And you're talking for the 24 budget?
Yeah. And I understand where CAO Barrick and Councillor Lockey are coming from with respect to calculating the impacts for this budget and for future budgets, knowing that we are going to go into an additional water rate study and part of our financial plan. I'm just wondering, given the merit in Councillor Lockey's discovery, that if it wouldn't be prudent just to freeze the rates at this point in time, to give us some time to further study the impact of these interest rates accumulation on our reserves, seeing as this is the first time that we've relatively had significant reserves and that those reserves have accrued within a relatively short period of time. I think it's prudent to put the brakes on so that we can further identify exactly how we're going to set rates in regard to, you know, what annuities are created by these reserves.
Councillor Lucky?
So my, through your worship, Councillor Heeman, so is your recommendation to hold off until the next meeting before we set the rates? Until we can get further clarification on this?
No, it would be to freeze the rates, so it would in essence be no increases for this year, no 2.5, no 2%. And I think that those, you know, I have faith in your math, and I think that just given the potential interest, there should be enough to alleviate at least a short-term freeze without affecting operating or capital.
You know, through your worship, with respect to the wastewater, you know, a 2.5% decrease is only about, you know, $29,000. In the overall scheme of things, it doesn't represent a lot. And recognizing that we are going to most likely get the interest revenue on there. And given that, you know, we've seen the numbers, we know that we have very, very, very high wastewater rates. And for a small group of people, you know, although $29,000 may not seem like a lot of money, for people who've been overpaying, in my opinion, or believe they've been overpaying, it's a big return for them. So I would still like to recommend a 2% decrease on wastewater.
So perhaps through the mayor, the interest revenue, I think, can be segregated from the discussion and what you're trying to achieve. As an example, the wastewater reserve was in a deficit balance for quite some time up until recently. And so the same is also true. It wasn't necessarily paying interest when it was in a negative balance. And so the conversation on the interest revenues may be more relevant today than it was in the past, although we can certainly do that analysis. When you're talking about reducing the rate either for water or wastewater today, what you're really talking about is how much you're going to put into the reserve.
Yes.
And so rather than using the interest revenue to help offset, because I don't think we're ready for that, simply in the 2024 year, you would just be reducing that contribution by, say, 29,000 to the reserve. And so I don't know if that helps kind of guide the discussion in terms of keeping the interest revenue discussion separate today from the rate setting, and we'll have better information in the next budget cycle on the interest revenue.
So I would still like to recommend the 2% decrease on wastewater, but obviously if it's the remainder of council to keep it frozen, I'll respect their decision. So I would like to make a motion to keep the water rates flat and wastewater reduction of 2%.
So for clarity, you're looking to freeze the current water rates.
Yes, your worship.
You are looking also to decrease the wastewater.
Yes, your worship.
Sorry, do I have that wrong?
So I thought it is important for staff to get right because there's big implications either way. I thought I heard you're supportive of the 2.5% increase in water that's currently recommended? Or when you say freeze, you mean that gets put to zero?
I believe they both should be zero because given the interest rate should more than cover.
Point of order, we didn't vote on the motion with regard to the interest rates. It has a mover and a seconder.
There's no motion on the floor right now. Just discussion.
Motion forward that interest rates reserves be put in the budget, the revenue line, and that it be allocated to the billing amount.
Was there a seconder?
Tom's.
And Tom? Oh, okay, sorry.
Sorry, I had that. No, it's good. Thank you.
So once again, Sarah, would you mind reading that again, just to be
Jana, could you repeat that?
So Counselor Lockie had put a motion on the floor that interest on the reserves for water and wastewater be put into the budget in the revenue line, and that this money be allocated towards billing amounts or rate amounts in the 2024 budget. And Counselor Heeman seconded that part of the original motion. There were more to it, but he only seconded that part of the motion.
Okay, and it was never carried.
It was never voted on.
Sorry, we had discussion, but we did not vote on it. So based on that motion, then, we have a mover and a seconder.
Sorry, thanks.
Go
I-
ahead.
It's just important that council knows the implications of its decision, notwithstanding you can still make the decision. That if council proceeds with this recommendation as it's currently written and stands, would be a reduction in the operating budget by that equivalent amount, that amount to which we don't know what that number is at this moment. And so that's why I had proposed in my other discussion, separate the interest revenue discussion from the rate setting discussion, because then the second part is you're just lowering the 2024 reserve contribution, which you can do without having to impact the 2024 operating budget.
I would like to reword the motion then, through your worship. So the motion then would be to direct staff to ensure that interest earned on the reserves for both development charges and for the reserve for water and wastewater be allocated back to the lines, back to the departments.
So we have an amendment to the original motion. Is there a seconder? Tom? Any further pardon?
In future years, yes.
In future years?
Well, for 2023 and future years.
2024 and future years.
No,
Are-
this current
this
fiscal
current-
year.
Because they.
The reserve going through.
Or is it not possible because it's
I support it in principle. I just think that we then have to do some math in terms of how that will affect the levy. Right? But then those also go back to affect the rates if the interests are going to operating in water and wastewater, which they should only be accruing to water and wastewater by legislation. So I think if we freeze the rates, then it's already going to be withdrawing from those funds, from those reserves. That's the only way it can balance out.
So yeah, one,
there's a
we did
deficit.
check with our auditor about this and she confirmed the current practice is acceptable. But she also confirmed the practice with which you're attempting to set up moving forward, and I certainly support, is also acceptable, notwithstanding it's a little bit more work and work hasn't been done yet. Impacting 23 and 24, yes, certainly does have a domino effect to which we don't have the order of magnitude to be able to determine how that will impact everything else. And so that's why my sense is put the interest revenue in future budgets, full stop, and can still consider the rate setting outside of the interest revenue discussion. Because it'll just mean you're not contributing as much into the reserve as you normally would. And we'll still show the interest revenue 2025 moving forward without impacting your normal operating capital budgets. If that helps clarify.
Ultimately, if we're going to vote on the rates subsequent to it, that's where it would show up.
So then we would be dealing with the actual rates once we know what's in that
Would
reserve. That's what you're saying?
Not necessarily.
Okay.
It would depend on how that vote and discussion goes, but I would make the friendly amendment so that the interest goes on to a line item for reserves in future years.
Well, that will work. Will it work? All right, then.
Can we reread that?
Certainly.
Okay, so to confirm the wording, so Councillor Lockie amended the motion that was on the floor to the following. And you corrected it, but then you amended it back so that. One sec, sorry, give me 1 second. The allocated. The staff.
Okay, I believe the clerk is ready with the motion. And I do apologize for the back and forth in this tennis game, but do you want to go ahead, Sarah?
So through your worship, and thank you to the deputy clerk. So the recommended motion is that staff be directed to ensure that interest earned on the reserves for both water and wastewater be allocated back to the departments and that the interest goes back into line item for reserves for future years.
Or
Yeah, I think we need to for clarification because right now I believe that in terms of future years, we should add clarification. Although I recognize it is extra work, I believe that it should start in 2024. And if there is a shortfall in the budget for that reason, perhaps we could revisit that in future budget rather than reworking this budget. Or perhaps use an estimate based on, the 5% Bank of Canada rate.
If I may, Mayor, just want to, because finance will be doing the calculations here, if there's any comment from our finance team.
comment then from either Nicole or Emily.
Sorry, it's day 6. I think, can we look into that further? Because yes, it is going to be an administrative process that we haven't done before to separate this out. Definitely can look towards future budgets to incorporate it. In terms of the 24, as CAO Barrick has mentioned, it will have some sort of impact. So there would potentially be a shortfall, but again, we can also wait and see how the 2023 surplus and different items come along to potentially mitigate that offsetting in the future. But again, at this point in time, I don't know what that number would even look like. I'm sorry.
Councillor Heeman, you have a comment?
Yeah, I think that if you do implement a freeze, then those savings are going to be eroded in the coming year. So I don't think we're gonna have as much to show for it. So I don't think there's necessarily an issue with it being reported in 2024 or 2025, as long as ultimately how that would affect ratepayers is in the rate that we set. And so that's additional information that would then inform our process of setting the rates. So if we set a rate based off your recommendations, we're already passing that benefit on to the end user. So, but from an accounting standpoint, it's just reaffirming what you've done. But that benefit will be eroded this year if we do a freeze. And so we have to see if we continue to accrue reserves for, you know, a reason in addition to interest, right? Because if you go back to what are the premises for the rate study, how are they calibrated in perpetuity, right? What is the net, like what's the preference towards net present value or future value of these assets? That's the calibration that still has to be done through an additional rate study. And I think we'll be well into that rate study within the next 2 years. And so that your reserve fund will be on the books when they're doing the rate study.
Yeah, I mean, I understand where you're going with this, but so,
So I guess, is it safe to assume that I don't have the support for the recommendation to allocate FY 24 interest to the back to the wastewater and water budget? Is that a correct statement to other counselors?
Technically, still a secondary.
So you're, yes, so I guess for clarification for counselors Heeman and counselors Crockett. So is it your recommendation not to allocate interest in FY 24, but to wait until FY 25? Is that your recommendation?
Yeah.
Okay, so I won't waste further time.
Okay.
And we'll make the recommendation for FY 25 going forward.
all right. Does that change the motion to some degree?
I guess for future years, we'll just leave it at
Yeah.
that.
No, I understand. Yeah.
Through your worship. So the last part of that is, and that the interest goes back into line item for reserves for future years. I'll read the whole thing again.
Yep.
So the motion on the floor right now is that staff be directed to ensure that interest earned on the reserves for both water and wastewater be allocated back to the departments, and that the interest goes back into the line item for reserves for future years.
All right.
I have a mover and a seconder.
All right. Are we ready to vote? Okay. All in favor? Okay. The motion carries. Thank you. That was quite an exercise.
We still have part two.
And now you want to move on to wastewater?
Sure. I would like to propose a decrease of 2% for wastewater.
In the current budget.
In the current budget, yes. Due to, given that the materiality is, less than $30,000.
So that I'm clear that that would be a zero increase, right?
So that would be a
A
decrease.
decrease of
Decrease of 2%.
2%. So a -2.
Correct. That would be my motion.
And are you seconding the motion? Any discussion? Councillor Crockett.
Thanks, your worship. I don't know if I can support that at this time. I think I would feel more comfortable if there was just an overall freeze to both water and wastewater for this year until we see what the impact of having this interest brought back into the department, for lack of a better word. Anyways, that's just my comment. I would prefer a freeze on both increases to 0 for water and 0 for wastewater.
All right, council. So the motion is then that the proposed 2024 wastewater rate, this is as per Councillor Lockie, be at -2%. That's currently what you're suggesting, right? As per your motion. Do we have a seconder for that motion?
Sorry, through your worship, can I just note that council hasn't considered the water rate for 2024? I don't know if you want to do it together. Councillor Lockie had
I
suggested
will,
doing them together.
I'll actually, yeah, I'll support the 2.5% increase just because of the materiality on the water. There's a lot more users. So I would support that. Actually, I would maybe suggest a 2% increase for water. A 2% increase on water and a 2% decrease on wastewater would be my recommendation.
Mr. Craven.
Your worship, if I may jump in here, the water rates study recommended for water, as you know, 2.5% increase. That equates to the average household bill increasing $18.50. So if you're asking for a freeze, or if you're recommending a freeze, we're reducing that bill by that annual bill by $18.50.
Okay.
At the same time, wastewater was a 2% increase from 2023 to 2024. That equates to a $17.86 increase. So the savings are $18 and $17, per household, per average consumption of our household.
Right. So we have, okay, Councillor Crockett.
Sorry, through you, your worship, to Director Craven. There's no penalty if we don't follow the rate increase through like study, since we've already put that together, correct? Like this is just a year-over-year recommendation based on the study?
Through your worship, that's correct. By following the rate study keeps us fully sustainable, by not gets us in the deficit that we found ourselves back in 2021, which caused us to increase rates by 38% and almost 20% for each one, just to catch up to where we should be and have the the reserves in for future projects.
So are you saying that we could potentially be in some sort of difficulty going forward? Financially?
We'd have to rely on debt financing like we had in the past.
Worst case scenario. Is there further discussion then? Councillor Heeman?
Is there a motion on the floor? And
Yeah, so my most recent motion was to increase water by 2% and decrease wastewater by 2%. That is my current motion.
Through you, your worship, we have on the floor that the proposed 2024 wastewater rate be decreased by 2.5%. Not the had Councillor Lockie moved it and then Councillor Heeman seconded. That's currently what's on the floor. So if we could, if we could deal with that one separately, and then we'll do the water one after as a separate, if that's okay.
So we have a mover. Sorry, we have a mover and a seconder. Do we have support for this motion through council? No.
yeah. That's like, since you're asking the question, like I would be much more in favor of a freeze for both water and wastewater to give us time to assess these impacts.
So I'll retract my motion so Councillor Heeman can make his motion.
Okay, I would motion that we have a temporary freeze of water and wastewater rates.
And do we have a seconder for that motion, or is there more discussion? A seconder and then probably discussion. Seconded. All right. Further discussion before the vote is called.
Comment.
Go ahead.
Through your worship to Councillor Lockie. Okay, so the original motion was removed. The current motion is at a freeze for both water and wastewater. You had mentioned being in support of the water rate increase of 2%. Would you feel comfortable with a 2% increase on water and a freeze on wastewater? Are we allowed to ask that?
I would still like to, through your worship, through Councillor Crockett, I would still like to see a decrease on wastewater. However, I recognize that yourself and Councillor Heeman have put forward a motion, and I think we should just vote. I think we've discussed it enough.
I'm dead.
Can I read out the wording just for clarification?
Yeah.
That staff temporarily freeze the proposed 2024 water and wastewater rates.
CAO
Thank
Barrick.
you. So just confirming that would be 0% water, 0% wastewater. Okay.
Freeze.
And just as a point of discussion, I think when we did get our training, it was clear that there was increased usage. There's also increased costs, but I think we also reflect that, $18 and $17, that goes a lot further, I think, in our residents' pockets and a household budget on a monthly or bi-monthly basis. Then I think we can hold the line temporarily for our residents.
Sorry, Councillor Heeman, that $18 is an annual increase, not bi-monthly.
Bread and coffee.
$35.
So does anyone feel like they're on a merry-go-round? Okay, so we have a motion, we have a seconder. Are we prepared to vote? No. I'll call the vote then. All in favor? Any opposed? All right. I'm in favor. I think. May I comment? I think that given the circumstances that we do not know just exactly what our, I want to say rebate. I know that's not exactly what we're talking about here. But until that figure is known, I think that, and that we have an opportunity to look at water rates going forward, that freezing is probably like the best that we can do at this time, given the given the citizens' concerns on these particular issues. So, okay, good. All right. So the last part of this motion, and that staff be directed to prepare.
Through your worship, so the next one would be, and that the 2024 proposed operating budget be approved in principle as presented, including a tax levy increase of 1.4%.
Okay, that motion's on the floor. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you to the mayor. I just want to close the loop now. Based on the other resolutions up until this point, the OMPF funds would have to be added into the operating. And then the capital levy amount would also have to be added in. It is a wash, but the revenue and expense added in would close the loop on the proposed budget based on the other resolutions we heard today. That's right to the clerk.
Yes, so do you want the 143,000 amount in that wording? And sorry, what was the second part again?
There's already a resolution on, I think, 25,000 in capital for the signs, and so that's fine. So it'd be the balance about 118 thousand that was put towards the capital reserve to offset the capital levy amount.
So based on that, then a mover and a seconder. Council, pardon? This is for the capital levy. The okay. The motion was for the operating budget. So we have a mover and a seconder. Councillor Lockie and Councillor Heeman, all in favor. Do you want discussion? Would you like some discussion on this? Okay.
Yeah, sorry, just before we move into the vote. What's our current overall tax levy sitting at going into the operating budget?
Through you, Mayor, as of now, with the addition of the OMPF money and the capital levy, it's 1.4%. That number is unchanged. Now it doesn't take into account your next report, which is the Flight Exec Center debenture repayment.
Yep.
But this one is 1.4%, all in, inclusive of the capital levy being offset by OMPF funds.
Perfect. So I just have one area of the operating budget, which I'm pretty sure is in the operating budget this time, that I'd like to discuss before going to vote.
Go ahead.
And that is in regards to, hold on, gotta find my page. The $30,000 allocated to the key performance indicator KPI development and public dashboard. Could you expand on that a bit more, CAO Barrick?
Well, that's great. Thank you through the mayor to the councillor. So this year we had a municipal service inventory, a strategic plan, and the key performance indicator portion is the next step to that. It is embedded in your strategic plan as well as direction to staff to implement key performance indicators across the corporation. And so these funds are there to ensure that we can put those in place for the organization. Now staff would ensure the ongoing monitoring and publication and reporting of those.
So may I rebuke on that is the $30,000, would that be allocated to, say, an outside agency or consultant putting together that program on behalf of Thames Center?
Correct.
Do we believe that that could be done internally now that we have HR and our directors kind of up to par on the expectations that you and council have here at Thames Center?
So there's an envelope of 30 there. The whole value may not be used. And so my sense is yes, because there's a lot of initiatives here and in your strategic plan, and it's the same handful of staff doing it. And so this would be just for the initial setup to get it right and somewhat of an independent. So we're not setting our own metrics for success, but rather, an external view and council being able to set up those metrics for success for us.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And then just one last comment. I think this is actually a fantastic exercise, and I hope that this is implemented here at Thames Center. I just wanted to discuss what those costings look like.
Thank you, Councillor Crockett. Councillor Heeman.
Further to that, since Councillor Crockett brought it up, is there any software that is required for the dashboard component?
Through the mayor, we're probably going to work in tandem with the new website that's been approved as part of the capital. So ideally, no. But if there are any other implications, would bring that forward as well. But we anticipate that that wouldn't be.
All right. So going back then, the recommended motion is that the 2024 proposed operating budget be approved in principle as presented, including a tax levy of an increase of 1.4%.
Sorry, through your worship, just to add on to that, and that the remaining funds from the Ontario Municipal Partnership Fund be included to offset the capital levy amount. And then we might as well add in the remaining one, and that staff be directed to prepare the necessary budget bylaw for the first regular meeting of council in 2024.
All right, there's the motion. Mover. Tom, seconder. Councillor Crockett, all in favor? Okay, that motion carries. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, the next item on the agenda, 6.2, flight exec renovation capital project financing update, and returning to the Chief Administrative Officer for this one.
Well, thank you, Mayor. So the 2023 budget, council approved the flight exec renovation capital project. It was approved with funding sources as follows: 20% from development charges, about 18% from donations, and 61% debt financed. This report is before you, taking into account given the project is slated for completion in 2024, that the issuance of the debt would have to be applied and the debenture repayments would also have to begin to occur. And so the overall impact is about $470,000 annual repayment. Again, for council's consideration, there's a longer term which would come with more interest. So staff is recommending the 20-year term for less interest. The overall impact again is 4%. We're suggesting that the municipality can spread that over 2 years. The recommendation before you is an additional 2% levy increase here to phase in the future impact of debt financing repayments associated with the flight exec renovation capital project. That comes with a caveat that the second 2% would be certainly brought forward to you as part of the 2025 budget deliberations as well. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Barrick. So are there some questions from council on this particular item? Councillor Heeman.
I just think it raises the question again that Councillor Crockett brought forth about potential fundraising opportunities, and this is it's a big project, and so it's taken a lot of our discretionary ability to budget for the future years. We're lucky that we found that OPMF funding to ease the blow right now, but 2% next year, that under normal circumstances, that's kind of what we aim for our entire interest rate or levy increase if you go by historic inflation rates. So I think it's very worthwhile for us to look at fundraising, not only for funds, but for fun.
Is there any other discussion? All right, so just to be clear, the motion is that report number CAO 019-23 be received for information, and that the 2024 tax levy be increased by an additional 2% to phase in the future impact of debt financing repayments associated with the flight exec renovation capital project. A mover and a seconder, unless there is further discussion. Moving by Councillor Crockett and seconded by Councillor Lockie. All in favor? Okay, that's carried then. Thank you. Oops, sorry. So we're considering that the budget is completed on this day. meeting schedule Monday, December the 11th, 2023. There is a regular council meeting following this meeting. And I'm going, pardon? Yes, at 5 p.m. At 5 p.m. And I'm going to ask the clerk to read the resolution following to cancel tomorrow's schedule or tentative meeting.
Through your worship, thank you. So just a motion for council that the special meeting of council scheduled for Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 at 9 a.m. be canceled, and that the interim clerk posts this change on the municipal website.
Thank you. So a mover and seconder, Councillor Heeman and Councillor Lockie, all in favor? Great, thank you. Confirmatory bylaw, 8.1, bylaw 123-20. I'm sorry, Tom, did you have something else you want? No. Oh, okay, you didn't want me to read it, eh? Okay, we have a motion then for the confirmatory bylaw, Councillor Heeman and seconded by Councillor Crockett. All in favor? Good, motion's carried. Okay, a motion for adjournment. Councillor Heeman? Councillor Lockie? All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you all, and to staff as well. See you all again at 5 o'clock.